gets open, has surgery in his mouth, and the child basically comes out of surgery, comes out of anesthesia, doesn't tell mom that the child's okay. The child had major surgery, probably the most major medical procedure he had in his life. You are not equipped to be around him. So that's essentially has been behavior essentially throughout the entirety of this case while it's been pending. Mr. Wilson will not co-parent with my client. He can't do it. He basically has used this set of circumstances in order to bolster himself as some kind of super dad, which he's never been. But you know what? We understand that he is the father of this child. And regardless of what's going on in this case between him and my client, which is between a husband and a wife, okay, we are not going to take the position that Mr. Wilson is somehow going to injure the child. What we're saying is that Mr. Wilson's judgment and his behavior throughout the context of this lawsuit has been nothing but horrible. And I think that's where the case lies. I can sit here and throw stones at him all day, you know, for being a drunk and drugs and everything you can think of. But at the end of the day, I think that the key component of issues in this case is Jackson is essentially whether or not two parents can at least be able to coincide and at least be able to act civilly towards one another and make decisions on his behalf. Mr. Wilson will tell you, and he will complain that mom left and they got into a fight at the time that she left the house. And I say to you, who cares? Because she left with the children and then told Mr. Wilson there exactly where the kids were. How do I know that? Because he showed up to pick him up and she handed him the children, all three of them, including two that were not his. He brings back the two, then held little Jackson and says, I'm gonna bring him to the birthday party. Essentially, he's supposed to show up at this Chuck E. Cheese, except he doesn't bring him, he brings a process server. So essentially that's what you're dealing with here, okay? It's a different mindset for Mr. Wilson. So there's gonna be a lot of irrelevant things that you're gonna hear that at the end of the day, should not impact your decision-making at all on which parent of these two should have primary custody. My mom was a stay-at-home mom like my mom, and essentially was responsible for taking care of Jackson. Mr. Wilson can go ahead and say the house was dirty, she was awful, but you know what? He got up every day, went to work, and left her with Jackson. They didn't come home. The evidence will show you sometimes till 10, 11 o'clock at night. And I don't think he was overly concerned at that time whether or not Jackson was doing good or bad. And the evidence is going to show you that Mr. Wilson, at least through a key witness that we're going to put on, still has an alcohol problem because, you know, he had over 20 beer cans over in his trash when somebody went to drop off Jackson last time we were in court. So this is the evidence we're going to put forward. Please understand that, again, we're not asking for Mr. Wilson not to be a part of Jackson's life. We want Mr. Wilson to do well, work hard, make money, take care of his child, and have a good relationship with his kid. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos. All right, the court is going to stand in recess. We will resume this hearing. Why don't we do 1:15? I may be able to give you all a little more time if we do that. And I apologize for the delay in getting you all today again. It's unfortunate. We had a mistake on our end, and I apologize to the witnesses and to the parties for that, as well as the attorney. So we'll resume the hearing at 1:15. We're off the record.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you want us to log back in, Your Honor?
You can, whatever you'd like to do. I'm just gonna stop my video and mute, but y'all can log back in at 1:15.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Mr. Ramos, I did find your exhibits, but I just don't have an exhibit list. Did you have one?
Yes, ma'am, we can email you that. I did file it.
Sounds great.
Okay, I did have it in the email I sent to you yesterday, I showed, but if you, I'm just gonna resend it to you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
No worries.
it took me a while to find it because I guess I just deleted it or something.
No
But
worries. Coming your way.
all right.
All right, Minnie, let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready, Judge.
The court's back on the record in cause number 21 DCV 282142. We're going to pick up where we left off, and that is with the opening or the calling of witnesses by the petitioner's case. Mr. Sy, you may call your first witness.
I'm going to invoke the rule at this time, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. Let me get the witnesses to start their videos for me, please. All right, Ms. Perry, Ms. Robinson, and Ms. Gray. The rule has been invoked. I'm getting some feedback. I'm going to mute you, Ms. Perry. But the rule has been invoked, and what that means is you're not allowed to discuss with anyone, the lawyers, the parties, or anybody, what's actually being done during the hearing until it's your turn to testify. So, for example, if one of the parties calls you up and says you're not going to believe what he said on the stand, that would be an inappropriate conversation to have. You cannot have a conversation like that. If you do, you'll end up not being allowed to testify and you'll get in trouble with the court. So it's okay to talk to the lawyers and for them to say, well, this is kind of what I'm planning on asking you, or can you tell me a little bit about what you know about the case? So if we're in a break or something like that and the lawyers want to talk to you, they can. But you're not to have any discussions about what an actual witness has said or what's something that's happened in the courtroom. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I'm going to put the witnesses in the waiting room. When it's your turn to testify, I will bring you in and we'll take care of you once you're called as a witness. All right, I believe that is everyone.
Ms. Robinson as well, Your Honor.
There we go. Thought I'd done Ms. Robinson. I believe that's everyone now. So, Mr. Sy, you may call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Is Court AV your court, Your Honor? Court AV.
Court AV is our courtroom. Yeah, y'all are on the big screen in here, so interns can watch the action.
May I have the ability to share the screen, Your Honor?
You would. I'm going to give you and Mr. Ramos both that ability now.
Thank you, Judge. May I proceed?
You may.
I'm going to call Robert Wilson to the stand, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Will you please tell the court your name?
Chad Robert Wilson.
You're the petitioner in that you're the one that filed for divorce in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Where do you currently reside, sir?
In Katy, Texas.
What's the residential address? Excuse me.
3110 Francisco Bay Place, Katy, Texas 77494.
How long have you resided there?
A year and 7 months.
Who resides there with you, sir?
My son and myself.
Have you had anyone, and let me ask you this, when were you married to Miss Kayla Wilson?
And June 9th of 2019.
You have a son with Miss Wilson, Miss Kayla, correct?
Yes.
What's your son's name?
Jackson Noah Wilson.
How old is he, sir?
4.
For the first 2 years of Jackson's life, were you holding yourself out as Jackson's father?
Yes, I am.
Are you denying paternity at all to Jackson at all in this proceeding?
Not at all.
You're telling the court that you want Jackson. You are Jackson's biological.
I'm Jackson's biological father for sure.
In the residence that you have, how many rooms are there?
I have 4 bedrooms and a study flex room.
I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as Exhibit P4. You see my exhibit here, or my screen rather, sir? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm going to show you this. Do you see this picture here?
Yes,
Is this the picture of Jackson's room?
it is.
Same with this one here.
Yes.
Is that his dresser?
Yes, it is.
This is his bed. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And this is a bigger picture of the bed and that a side table there and a TV, right?
Yep. This is
Okay.
nightstand and TV.
What's that game system that he has there?
PS4.
And I'm going to show you some pictures that have been previously admitted. This is Jackson with you. Is that correct?
Yes, that was at Disney on Ice.
Oh, it was at Toyota Center?
That was at the Reliant.
When was this?
That was April
Of 2020?
this of 2020 of this year, 2021.
What is this picture? Where is this picture taken?
That was in the front of our house, Easter. We were fixing to go out and fixing to get ready to go to church.
Easter of this year, sir?
Easter of 2021, yes.
What about this picture? When was this picture taken? What is it showing?
So that was on April 6th. That was us at Chuck E. Cheese with his friends, celebrating his birthday.
What about this picture? Is this in his room?
That's him fixing to get ready for bed in his room.
What about this picture? When was this picture and where was it taken?
It was at the Houston Zoo, and that was taking in, I want to say it was in June, May or June. No, it was May. It was May of this year.
What about this picture?
That was again at Disney on Ice.
What about this picture?
That was at Disney on Ice as well.
And just for the record, those are petitioners exhibit number 2 that were previously admitted.
Yes, Your Honor. When Jackson was born, did you sign an acknowledgement of paternity for Jackson?
Yes, I did.
Grounds of relevancy. You know what? I'm gonna withdraw. Withdraw.
You're still trying to find that acknowledgement of paternity, right?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about Jackson. What is his personality like?
He's always happy, super loving, loves to talk now, has great personality, and loves to play outside.
What other activities does he like to do?
He loves playing with the neighborhood kids. He loves to swim. He loves to dance. Likes to dance with Dad. Loves bath time, playing with his toys, his bath toys in bath time. And he loves going to the park, going to the splash pad.
Is this a park in your neighborhood?
Yes, there's several of them.
Does he have any friends in the neighborhood that you reside at?
Yes, he does. He has several friends in the neighborhood that he plays with, and they'll always play out and ride bikes and scooters. That's the other thing he loves to do, is ride a scooter and ride his bike in the cul-de-sac with all of his friends.
About how many friends does he have in that neighborhood?
4.
Does someone help you take care of Jackson when you're at work?
Yes, I have a nanny, Krista Perry.
Is that the woman that was previously here on the Zoom hearing with us?
That's correct.
Where does she live?
She lives 4 houses down from me.
How long has she been helping you nanny or babysit Jackson?
Since Jackson, since I had possession of Jackson.
About what time was that? What month and year was that?
April, say April 1st of 2021.
Where do you work currently, sir?
Holiday World of Katy.
What are your hours of work like?
I work, mostly 8:30 to 5, and then maybe have one day that I'll work 1 or 2 days I might close at 7 o'clock.
During the times that you're at work, is this 5 days a week?
It's 5 days a week, yes. I
During
have 2 days off.
During those times at work, is that when you said Krista is helping you babysit and nanny for Jackson?
That's correct.
Now let's talk a little bit about how the incidents in April. You heard in Mr. Ramos's opening argument that there was a situation in Dallas where you had to go and get Jackson back from Dallas. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is this fair to say that you and Miss Wilson's marriage started to deteriorate in March or April this year?
That's correct.
Did Miss Wilson convey to you a desire to move to Dallas at that time?
No. She didn't tell me that she was moving to Dallas.
Everything after no.
Sustained after no.
What did Miss Wilson tell you about her desires in relating specifically to moving to Dallas?
I don't object time frame.
Sustained.
Mr. Wilson, in or about March or April of 2021 of this year, what did Miss Wilson tell you about her desire to move to Dallas?
That she wasn't coming back, and that she was going to file a divorce.
You're responsive to everything after she ain't coming back.
Overruled. You may continue that.
She was going to file a divorce, and that I just need to let her go.
When did this conversation happen? Was it in March or April?
That conversation happened in March.
How many other kids does Ms. Wilson have that are not of this marriage?
2,
How old are they?
11 and 8.
So is it your testimony that she took her 11 and 8-year-old as well as Jackson to Dallas?
Correct.
Yeah, that's a objection, continuing leading objection.
It is. I allow a little bit when I've got you on time frames or time limits, but watch your leading, Mr. Sy.
Yes, Your Honor, I will do. Yeah, that's partially because of the time frame, but I'll
Objection, no, remember.
now.
Sustained.
Yes, Judge. Mr. Wilson, when you first found out in March of 2021, what was your reaction to learning that Ms. Wilson was going to go to Dallas?
I was upset. I tried to work things out with her.
Why were you upset, and what did you do to try and work things out?
I called her several times saying, "Hey, come back. Let's talk it out. Let's go see a counselor. Let's try to work things out."
At what time, sir, did she already move to Dallas? When was that move?
So it was.
Judge, I'm gonna object. If this witness happens to be reading from a document in front of him, I would like the court to go ahead and admonish him. I mean,
I think his eyes are
No.
closed.
I'm thinking of
Hold
what I'm thinking
Hold on,
of
just-
when.
Hold
Hold
on
on.
just 1 second. I've got an objection on the floor. I need to address it.
Sorry.
Mr. Wilson, do you have any documents in front of you that you're looking at, or are you testifying from your memory?
From my memory.
Okay, so it's very important, just so you know, and this is true for both sides and all your witnesses. You know, the other lawyer, if they ask, is entitled to review any documents that the witness is using while they're testifying. So that's something you need to be aware of. So I want you to testify from your memory. If you don't know the answer to a question, it's okay to not remember a date or not remember something. Just say you don't know. These lawyers are good, and they'll present you with evidence that if they need to refresh your memory. Okay. Objections overruled. You may continue, Mr. Sy.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wilson, when was that move, if you remember, when Ms. Wilson drove? Did she drive up there?
So yes, she actually drove to Dallas twice.
Everything
Okay.
after, yes.
Sustained.
And when was that drive, sir?
It was the last week of February, March. Is that weekend?
Last weekend of February or last weekend of March?
I think it was
Objection just been asked and answered. I mean, he answered, he's trying to change his answer now.
No, I'm not.
I need a clarification. Was it the last weekend in February or the first weekend in March? I'm confused.
It fell like on right there at the end of the month or whatever. And I believe it was that last weekend, whether it was the end of February, the very first part of March, that's when it happened. I just don't know. I don't have a calendar in front of me to look and see the exact date, but it was that last weekend.
Mr. Wilson, how long was and what was the communication like between you and Ms. Wilson when Ms. Wilson was in Dallas?
She wouldn't communicate with me. She would. I would ask to talk to the kids. She wouldn't let me. She did a couple times, but it was very limited.
What type what type of conversations did you have with Jackson that month or so in March?
He would just say he missed me and he loves me and wanted to, wanted to come home.
I'm going to withdraw the hearsay objection. That's okay.
Sustain the hearsay.
Mr. Wilson, let me re-ask the question. How many times would you talk to Jackson without going into what Jackson said? How many times would you talk to Jackson for that month in March of 2021 per week?
Per week, maybe twice.
Would you ask Ms. Wilson for more time to talk to Jackson during that time?
Yes.
What was her response?
Oh, he needs to go to bed, or he's wanting to run around, or she wasn't available.
Were you eventually able to get Jackson back from Dallas?
I was.
When did that happen, sir?
That happened the day before his birthday, which was on April 2nd.
Of 2021, sir?
Yep.
What happened during that time? How did you get him back?
So I had made an arrangement with Kayla to have Jackson for that weekend. Was taking some vacation time off, planned on spending his birthday with him, going out to dinner on Friday. We were going to stay with my mom there in Dallas, so that way she could spend some time with him. And was going to drop him off on the following Tuesday, the next April 7th, I believe, is when it would have been, at 5:00 is what we had arranged. She agreed. She asked me to take the other two children with me for the weekend. And I told her that I felt that it would be better that I'd take them out for lunch or take them out for dinner when I get in on Friday. Pick them all up and I'll take them out for dinner. But I think it'd be perfect for us to have one-on-one time, me with Jackson and her with her too, because she always said that she didn't get enough time to spend with them because Jackson was such a handful.
Did you have to lie to Miss Wilson?
Yes.
Why did you do it?
Because I needed to get my son back home.
Did Miss Wilson? Did Miss
Sorry?
Wilson? Yeah, sorry. Did Miss Wilson at the time she was in Dallas? Did you know where she was living?
No.
When did she eventually tell you where her residence was?
She said she was living with friends.
And did you know what friends those were?
Guys, I'm object now if he can just finish the answer. I think he was interrupted. He was not finished yet with his answer.
Overruled. I think he answered it.
Did you know who those friends were, Mr. Wilson?
I finally found out a couple of the friends that she was staying with, and then I found out that she was staying at the hotel
Non-responsive.
at one point.
How long, Mr. Wilson, did it take for you to find out where Miss Wilson was residing in Dallas?
It took 2 or 3 weeks because it changed. She didn't have a stable environment, stable home.
At this time, had you filed for divorce in Fort Bend County?
I did.
Then you had Miss Wilson served when you had Jackson back, right?
So yes, once I had custody of Jackson.
Responsive to everything after yes.
Sustained after yes.
Okay.
Since that time, we had a short hearing where a Band-Aid order is correct.
Yes.
The exchange, were there any issues with the exchange? I believe it was in Madisonville in earlier this month. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Were there any issues with the exchange?
No, there's no issues with the exchange. I did tell her, I sent her a text message.
Everything after, there's no issues with the exchange.
Sustained.
And Mr. Wilson, before that, shortly after our hearing, both you and Ms. Wilson went to the speech therapist office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What happened at that office visit, if anything?
So at the office visit, she showed up. We waited for Jackson to get out of his speech therapy. When Wyla was going over everything with him, his speech therapist, she wasn't paying attention to any of it. She was still trying to focus on trying to get Jackson to come to her. And Jackson was steadily holding on to my leg and hiding behind me while I was listening to Wyla tell me about the exercise they did and what they worked on in class.
What was the objection? What was the objection?
Narrative, an objection, non-responsive.
Overruled.
Did anything else happen during that visit, sir?
Yes, I gave Kayla all the documents and everything else that he needed to work on and do. I put a folder together, or papers together, made copies of everything for her so that way she would know, and I explained to her what she needed to do as far as his tongue exercises.
At the exchange, you also, I'm going to show you what has been previously admitted as Exhibit P14. Let me pull that up, sir. This was a text you sent to Kayla, is that correct?
Yes, so that was a text I sent to Kayla after our exchange.
The exchange earlier this month, is that right?
That's correct.
While Jackson was in Dallas after the May 27th, excuse me, the exchange earlier this month, were there any issues with communicating with Ms. Wilson while Jackson was in Dallas?
The issues that I had was it was very sporadic on the Zoom calls. She would miss a few days that I asked her to Zoom with me.
Objection, non-responsive. Any issues?
Sustained. Mr. Ramos, we're having trouble picking up your voice, so I'm not hearing your objections.
Judge, objection, yeah, objection, I'm sorry, Judge. Objection, non-responsive. It was a yes or no question.
Sustained.
Mr. Wilson, what were the issues you had with Ms. Wilson while Jackson was in Dallas?
So she wouldn't confirm with me on what times that she would do Zoom calls with me. It was just sporadic and whatnot. So if I was at work or whatnot, she wouldn't communicate any of that with me. And then she wouldn't do it at all a couple of days. I asked her if she would give me the speech therapist that she was taking him to, and she never sent that information to me as well, because I wanted the name, phone number, and the speech therapist so I could talk to him and find out what his progress was and what was going on with him, with Jackson. And then also asked where she would be staying, and she refused to tell me that until Monday. Finally, she told me where she was staying, and it was she said that she was in a house with her friend Don.
Monday of this week, sir?
Monday, the day after the exchange.
Judge, you know what?
I'm sorry, I missed what was being said, Your Honor.
He withdrew the objection.
Okay. Any other issues while Jackson was in Dallas, or did you finish that already? I couldn't hear you.
Just that, any of the stuff that I asked for, she said that she was doing exercise with him, but I don't know if that was actually being done. When I was on Zoom calls with him, I did do the exercise with him and having work on his words and how to speak correctly. I don't know if he was brushing his teeth, because she never reported any of that to me. I don't know if she was taking care of his tongue exercises like she said she was doing. And I found out that she hasn't taken him to a speech therapy class at all last week, or the first week that she had him. and just attempted to try to take him yesterday.
And Mr. Wilson, I'm okay. Now, what was the reason, if any, Ms. Wilson gave you for the lack of communication?
She did not give me any reason.
Now let's switch gears to the medical issues that we've been discussing. When did the speech therapy become an issue with Jackson?
As soon as I brought him home, I scheduled a appointment with his pediatrician just to make sure his shots and everything else were up to date. It was a pediatrician that she had already scheduled an appointment supposedly one time before and took him to, but never did.
So,
which is steeplechase.
Objection,
I'm sorry.
non-responsive.
Wilson,
Sustain.
okay, Mr. Wilson, you're gonna have to listen very carefully to what I'm asking, okay? Now,
Yes.
is it fair to say that the speech therapy incident was something recently you found out about?
Judge, I'm objecting.
Yes, that's correct.
Objection leading.
Sustain the leading.
I'll withdraw. When did you first take, Mr. Wilson, when did you first take Jackson to the speech therapist?
When I had Jackson back in my custody.
Objection, Judge, non-responsive.
Sustain. If you can give me a date, sir, if you remember, how long after you got possession on April 2nd?
Do you mind if I look at a calendar on my phone?
Then I want to look at it.
I'll show it to you as well.
No, you don't. You just, no, sir. Don't look at your calendar. Just. If you
Okay,
don't
that's
recall,
fine.
you don't recall.
No, it was that first week of having Jackson back. So he went to the pediatrician, and then the day after is when he went to the speech therapist to get his exam. So that would have been on a Wednesday. Wednesday, the first week of April.
Mr. Wilson, I'm going to show you what's been pre-admitted as Exhibit P11. This is the 7-page document. Is this the speech therapist, this Houston corporate speech therapy pathology that Jackson is attending? Or
Yes.
Judge,
is
I'm not going to object. I just want the court to take a mental note. Date of the evaluation, Judge, says 2017. It's 4/13/2021. It was a typo.
I see that. Thank you.
And Mr. Wilson, you were present during this evaluation?
No, I was not. The evaluation was done on his
Objection,
own.
non-responsive to everything after no.
Sustained after no.
When did you get this evaluation, sir?
I got it back from his speech pathologist therapist via email a couple days later, a few days later, because she had to write it all up.
How many visits since April 2021 has Jackson visited or been gone to this speech therapist?
In the beginning, it was 2 times a week.
And then what does it change to now?
3
Oh.
times a week.
When did that change occur, sir?
The change occurred after his tongue tie.
What is it? What do you mean by tongue tying? What does that mean?
So it's where the skin below the tongue it goes towards the tip of the tongue. So it keeps him from being able to lift his tongue to the roof of his mouth, touch the back of his teeth. He also had a cheek and lip tie is what they call it. There's a medical word for it, but where the skin, he's got layers of skin on the sides of his cheek, and he also has layers of skin on the top of his lip of his mouth that was keeping him from being able to speak correctly.
Did Jackson have to undergo surgery for this?
He did.
When did that happen, sir?
That happened the week before our original court date. It was that week before.
Has Jackson recovered from that? As in, is he able to speak now?
Yes. He is working on his exercises. It was very important that he did it.
Non-responsive to everything after yes.
Sustained after yes.
Mr. Wilson, now, why was this medical issue specifically related to the tongue tying? Why was this just recently brought up? Do you know?
Because when we took him to
that calls for speculation on his part.
Overruled. You may answer if you know.
When I took him to the pediatrician that week of first getting Jackson back, the pediatrician said, "Did you know about his tongue tying?"
Sustained hearsay. Don't tell me what the pediatrician said.
So that's when it was brought to my attention about his tongue tie. And
and hold on. Okay, Mr. Wilson, I'm going to break it apart. Okay. Mr. Wilson, had you known about Jackson having speech issues for the past 4 years or so since he's been born?
Yes, he was having struggles with speech. Yes.
For these entire 4 years.
Yes, he was slow on the speech that I believe, to my ability, that he wasn't catching on and not articulating his words right and where he should have been.
Did you ever bring up this issue as related to Jackson's speech to Miss Wilson during the marriage?
Yes.
What was Miss Wilson's response, if any?
I don't have time. I've got 2 other kids that I have to watch, and I don't have time to work with him.
What is Jackson's speech after the surgery been now relative to what it was before?
It's night and day.
What do you mean by that? Can you expand to the court?
You used to not be able to understand any words coming out of his mouth. I mean, it was a lot of gibberish. It was a lot of, you would have to try to splice it all together, or have him repeat himself several times in order to figure out what he was trying to say to you. And he would get frustrated because he was trying to tell you something. I would end up having to try to point and try to get him to say stuff. Now he is speaking where you can understand him. He's speaking in full sentences. He's pointing, he's acknowledging things and objects. So that way, if he is having a tough word that he's trying to say, he's acknowledging now what it is and pointing out, so that way I can help him with it.
Has Jackson had any other medical issues to your knowledge besides the speech therapy that we talked about?
Yes.
What other issues, sir?
He hasn't had his vaccination since 2017.
Have they been done now?
They have.
When was that done?
That was done the first week of me getting Jackson back. So that was on that Tuesday after his birthday.
What other medical issues besides the vaccinations and the speech therapy?
So also had a dentist appointment scheduled for him, and he had never been to a dentist, and he had 5 cavities.
Were you aware during your marriage to Miss Wilson for the past 2 years, were you aware during this time that Jackson had not gone to the dentist?
I was not.
What was Miss Wilson, did she work during the marriage?
No.
Would she stay in the home while you were at work?
Yes.
So fair to say she's a stay-at-home mom, is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to switch gears slightly now. When Miss Wilson left for Dallas, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as Exhibit P3. Bear with me. See this picture here on Exhibit P3?
Yes.
What is this picture of?
That is one of the kids' rooms.
You know which kid?
That's actually Jackson's room.
Is this how you found the house?
That's correct.
What's this picture showing?
The mold and everything in the refrigerator.
Was the refrigerator
My objection is, what exhibit is he referencing?
P3?
Petitioner's 3.
P3?
Mr. Wilson, was the fridge regularly stocked during the marriage?
It was with junk food and stuff like
Not
that.
responsive to everything after it was.
Sustained.
What about this picture? Where'd you find this?
That was in the refrigerator.
What about this? Whose room is this?
This is Autumn's room.
Who's Autumn?
Autumn is her youngest daughter from the previous marriage.
Whose room is this?
That is again Autumn's.
Whose room is this?
Christopher's, the 11-year-old from her previous marriage.
Whose room is this?
Again, Christopher's.
Whose room is this?
Christopher's.
Let me move this over. Whose room is this, if you can see it, actually?
That is Christopher's room.
Now, if you were these messes common during the marriage to Miss Wilson?
That was a lot of our fights. Was
Objection, not
her
responsive. Would a
Sustain.
message common, yes or no?
Sustain.
Were these types of pictures common? Was this a frequent sight that you would see in the home during the marriage to Miss
yes.
Wilson? Knowing that, why didn't you do anything to clean up the home?
Usually when I got off of work, I was tired. I would try to pick up sometimes, and then she would tell me not to worry about it, that she would take care of it, and that she would have to do better, and that she knows that she's not a very good housewife.
Did Miss Wilson ever tell you what she would be doing while you were at work during the marriage to Miss Wilson?
She would watch TV or be on social media, and that's what she spent her time doing.
Her kids would be going to school though at that time, right?
That's correct.
Is Jackson enrolled in anything, any daycare currently?
So currently he is
Miss Wilson, where is he enrolled?
Grace Fellowship Preschool,
Where is that located, sir?
Katy, Texas,
What is Grace
off of
Fellowship?
Mason Road. I'm sorry.
What is Grace Fellowship? Can you tell the court?
Grace Fellowship is a church that we attend, and we go.
And when you say you, is that you and Miss Jackson?
Yeah, Jackson and I attend Grace Fellowship every Sunday, and he goes to Bible school while I go to the main.
How often have you attended Grace Fellowship with Jackson since the marriage to Miss Wilson?
None. Since the marriage, or after the marriage?
During your
Can
marriage,
you repeat the question?
since June 2019, how often do you and Jackson attend Grace Fellowship Church?
So since June of 2019, it was just me and Jackson attending when it was us by ourselves.
So weekly for the last 2 months?
Weekly from April 4th, when we made it back to Houston. So that the April 5th, all the way through till Jackson went and stayed with his mom.
Did you attend Grace Fellowship as a family, as in you, Miss Wilson, and Jackson and her, Kayla's
Never.
children?
No.
Did you attend Grace Fellowship Church yourself before April 2021?
No, I tried to get us to go as a
Objection,
family, and
Judge,
she would.
non-responsive to everything
Sustained
else.
after no.
Why are you choosing to attend the church now?
I am a big Christian. I've always wanted to go back to church, but I wanted to do it as a family, and she would not want to ever go.
Who is she? You mean Kayla?
Kayla, I'm sorry.
During your marriage to Miss Wilson, sir, would you have arguments with Miss Wilson?
Yes.
How often would these arguments happen on a monthly basis?
On a month, 2-3 times a month.
What would these arguments consist of?
Either intimacy or cleanliness of the house, or not taking care of the kids and taking care of their rooms, or taking care of what they needed to have done as far as homework wise.
Did you ever yell at Miss Wilson during these times?
I did a few times, yes.
Did you have heated arguments with Miss Wilson during the marriage?
Yes.
If you had to say how many times that happened since June of 2019, how many times would you say that's happened? Heated arguments.
Probably a handful of times.
Did you ever call her names?
I did.
Did any of these heated arguments occur in front of Jackson?
Never.
Where would Jackson be during those times these arguments happened?
In his room in bed.
But were you arguing in the house? Where were you arguing exactly?
It was typically in our bedroom.
How far away is your bedroom compared to Jackson's?
Middle of the house where Jackson's room is, and ours at the back of the house.
Have you ever physically abused or struck Miss Wilson?
Never.
Have you ever had the police called on you for violence against Miss Wilson or a child?
Never.
Have you ever had sex with prostitutes?
No.
Have you ever solicited sex with prostitutes?
No.
You understand there's an allegation against you for that in this case, correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, you have a criminal history. Is that correct?
I do.
Can you tell the court where your criminal history is?
I've had 2 DWIs. And then I had a possession charge,
Possession of what?
hydrocodone.
Are you currently on probation, sir?
I am.
What are the terms of your probation?
To not do drugs and have a monthly drug test done on me.
So is it fair? You're doing monthly drug screenings now?
Yes.
How long does that happen until?
For the end of December 2022.
Who's your probation officer?
Officer, I'm trying to think of her name. What was her name?
Is she saved on your phone?
She is. I just didn't want to look at my phone.
Do you have to contact her monthly?
Object, is the witness talking to somebody in the same room with him?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, you're looking away, and that's okay if you're looking away to think, but just remember, don't look at a document or look at your phone, because if you do, you're going to open that up to Mr. Ramos.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Wilson, do you have to report to your probation officer each month?
Yes.
Did you miss any probation meetings?
I did.
Why did you miss those?
From work, because I worked at Holiday World of Dallas, and I was a finance manager there, and it was a satellite store. So there was only 2 managers there at the time. And so when one of us was off or one of us had to go to corporate meetings, I would have to fill in and run the store. And at times that I tried to reschedule those appointments or whatever, the Rockwall probation officer wouldn't reschedule with me.
Now, the 2 DWIs and the possession of hydrocodone, when did those occur? Year. What years did those occur, sir?
So the DWI when I turned 21, the first one, and then the second one was back in 2014, I believe.
2014, you said?
I believe.
What about the possession of hydrocodone?
That was in 2017.
Does Miss Wilson know about your criminal history?
Hold on, we lost Mr. Wilson.
Hang on. I'm sorry. Somebody was calling me. Yes, she does.
Have you told her about your criminal history?
Yes, I did.
Have you ever tried to hide your past from Miss Wilson?
Not at all.
During your marriage to Miss Wilson, who would you say was responsible for feeding the children?
She was supposed to be responsible for it.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustain.
Who would you say was making the dinner for the children for the majority of the time?
It was usually fend for yourselves.
What does that mean?
It means that the kids would have to go and get food out of the fridge for them and their brother, Jackson.
I'm going to objection on grounds of, may I take the witness on dire, please? Just
You may.
question. Sir, did you not just testify earlier that you were at work and wouldn't come home until late night? Is that your testimony?
I said in the evening time at 7
Um,
on sometimes
okay.
when I worked late.
All right. So you work late. So your testimony here today is that when you would come home, that the information you're testifying to, you got from the children, I assume. Is that correct?
And that's incorrect.
Okay. And your testimony essentially that it was fend for yourself. Where did you get that information from?
That's what she called it. My wife, Kayla.
Kayla said fend for yourself.
That's correct.
I passed the witness. I withdraw, Judge.
All right, objections overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Sy.
Yes, Judge. Mr. Wilson, what would Miss Wilson say what would she mean by fend for yourself? Did she ever tell you that?
She would tell them that it was fend for yourself, and they would go get food for themselves, Christopher and Autumn, and then would give food for Jackson.
Now, before March of 2021, is it fair to say, Mr. Wilson, that you had a relatively happy marriage?
Yes.
I'm going to just show you briefly, sir, what's been previously admitted as exhibit P15. This is a post from Miss Wilson, a Facebook post, right?
That's correct.
I'll let the evidence speak for itself. And this one is a post from September 15th of 2020, right?
That's correct.
These pictures of her two other children?
That's correct.
What did you and Mr. Wilson decide about going back to in-person school?
We thought it was the best for them to get them more involved in school because they were lacking at home.
This one is from June of last year. Did you celebrate your anniversary then?
That's correct.
And this one here, previously admitted as P13, sir. This is also from June 21 of last year. This is a Happy Father's Day that Miss Wilson posted about you. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that's pictures of us doing several different
Objection, Judge,
activities.
not responsive to everything after you.
Sustain after, that's correct.
I'm going to circle back briefly to what's been previously admitted as P4. Oh, sorry, P5, excuse me. This was a text message between you and Miss Wilson, right?
Yes.
Was this when you notified Miss Wilson that you had hired an attorney at that time?
That's correct.
Then I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as exhibit P6. Do you recognize this exhibit P6?
I do.
Did you, through your attorneys, attempt to contact Miss Wilson's attorney?
Yes.
Set up FaceTime sessions, is that correct?
That's correct.
What was, if any, what was the response from Miss Wilson about FaceTiming?
None.
Did you set up FaceTimes on your own with Miss Wilson, with Jackson and Miss Wilson?
Yes. One time. That was after Jackson's visitation with Kayla. We on the Band-Aid orders.
But time frame? This was
So it was that.
Hold
I
on.
mean, go ahead, sir. I overruled.
So it was at the visitation after the Band-Aid orders were put into play that day. It was on a Tuesday, and Jackson had his speech therapy. And then after that, she dropped Jackson off at my residence, and I helped her get some things out of the house that belonged to her and the kids.
Sustain.
So anyways,
Hold on. Wait for the next question.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to switch gears slightly, Mr. Wilson, to what's been previously admitted as part of exhibit P8. This is your financial information statement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is this accurately reflect your income and deductions of this 5-page document?
Yes,
It states here that you pay court-ordered child support. Is that correct?
that's correct.
What other children do you have to pay child support to? Who are they?
Well, it was Juliana and then Evan.
Who is Evan?
Evan is my 14-year-old son.
Are you currently paying that child support through a wage withholding order?
I am.
Now, you've heard allegations in this case about a incident in March of 2021 when everything was escalating. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you have an argument with Miss Wilson about, did you have an argument at all with Miss Wilson on or about March of 2021 before she left for Dallas?
I did.
And well, hold on. What was that argument about?
Her acting like different. She was acting very reserved, and that I felt that she was going to leave me and she wasn't telling me something. And then
And what was Miss Wilson's response?
No, I'm not leaving you. I love you. And we're just going to a birthday party over the weekend.
Over the weekend, is this the weekend you're referring to in Dallas?
That's correct.
How long was this argument in March of 2021?
It probably lasted about 15, 20 minutes. And she kept denying it. And I got upset. I packed my bag, my work clothes for the next day, and stayed in the hotel room.
How soon after this argument, let me back up. During this argument, did you ever physically get abusive or violent with Miss Wilson?
Never.
Did this argument occur in front of Jackson?
No.
Did this argument occur in front of Kayla's other children?
No, it did not.
How soon after this argument did Miss Wilson leave to Dallas with the 3 kids?
So the following day, I had gone to work, and she was leaving that morning to go to Dallas, which was on a Friday. And she asked if she could come by with the kids and herself to say bye and tell us bye and love us.
Sane, non-responsive.
Mr. Wilson, how soon after did Kayla leave for Dallas after this argument? That's just that question.
The next day.
Now, you understand we're here for what the court will order temporarily during this lawsuit. Do you understand that?
I do.
What are you asking the court to order as it relates to a possession schedule for Jackson between you and Miss Wilson?
I would like to have possession of Jackson, so that way I can make sure that he gets all the health and the ability for school and whatnot.
Non-responsive.
And just have.
Overruled. I think he's getting there. He's asking for what possession schedule you want. So if you can get to that for me, please.
I want to have primary custodialship of Jackson.
Did you think that the exchange location where on June 13th recently, Do you think that exchange location worked if Ms. Wilson is continuing to reside in Dallas?
I mean, yes, if we have to.
Non-responsive to everything after, yes.
Yes, I understand.
Abstain.
Are you asking for child support from Ms. Wilson?
It's not necessary at this time.
Can you
I don't need it.
Can you support Jackson with the income that you currently have?
Absolutely.
Are you able to provide health and I think what's been previously admitted as R20, and I'll show you that here, sir. You recognize this, sir, as the health insurance that Jackson is on. Let me rotate that.
Yes, I do.
Is this health insurance through your work?
That's correct.
You're asking that each party, as in you and Ms. Wilson, pay each of your own bills, as in your attorney's fees, your own support, wherever you're living?
Yes,
Are you renting the home currently in Katy?
I am.
Do you and Ms. Wilson have your own cars?
I am paying for them, but yes, we have two separate vehicles.
Would you be able to maintain those car payments, and each of you have your own car?
No. I mean,
Objection, non-responsive to after, no.
Abstain.
Would you be able to afford Ms. Wilson's car payment moving forward?
I can't afford it. Yes.
Sorry, Your Honor, I'm looking at my notes.
Take your time.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ramos, it's your witness.
Yes, sir. Mr. Wilson, let me back up a second. You and Ms. Kayla moved down here from Dallas last year, did you not?
You did.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, you're renting a home in Katy, which means you don't own a home right now. Is that true?
That's correct.
Right. And isn't it true, sir, that the reason why you got into this argument that you're describing back in March, and the reason why your spouse left, according to you, was, did your spouse Kayla confront you with the fact that you were actually having sex with strippers?
That's incorrect.
Did she confront you and tell you that you were in fact having sex with strippers? Yes or no?
No.
She did not communicate with you that you were having sex with other women.
No.
Okay. She never confronted you and told you that you essentially were sending monies to other women on your phone.
Objection as to calls for facts, not in evidence. Calls for
Is that true or not?
Overruled. He can ask leading questions. So overruled. You may answer that, sir.
Your Honor,
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Your Honor, my objection was as to facts, not in evidence.
Right. But he's leading the witness. He can ask him questions that are leading, and even though it's not in evidence, he's allowed to do that.
Yeah.
So the objection's overruled.
Yes, Judge.
Sir, did your wife, right in March, when you got into that fight and she left you, according to you, did your wife confront you, okay, with the fact that you were sending monies to other women through your phone?
No.
Okay. As a matter of fact, isn't it true, sir, that you were in fact, at that time, you were confronted by your spouse about you receiving text messages from strippers on your phone? Is that true?
Are you talking about prior to me or prior to her leaving? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. No.
Okay. So after she left, did you receive messages from strippers?
No.
Okay. Did your wife confront you after she left about you receiving messages from strippers?
After she left? Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, she told you that she was basically tired and she was not going to be in a relationship with you because you were receiving naked pictures from strippers. True?
Yes.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, she told you that's the reason why she had problems with her intimacy with you. True?
Incorrect.
Okay. And sir, as you sit here today, do you think it's appropriate for you to receive text messages from strippers?
Objection as to Objection has irrelevance.
Hold on, sir. There's an objection by your lawyer. What's the objection, Mr. Sy?
Objection has irrelevance.
Well,
Overruled.
right.
You may answer that, Mr. Wilson.
Say that again now, sir?
So you think it's appropriate for you to receive text messages on your phone from strippers?
No, it's not appropriate, and no, I can't control it.
You mean you can't control the strippers going ahead and send you naked pictures of themselves?
No, not when they had my number. No, sir.
Right. They just went ahead and just randomly went ahead and chose you out of the freaking lineup they have and said, you're going to get the naked pictures. Is that what you're
No,
testifying?
sir. No, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, sir, you're testifying that you, for some odd reason, did you find church after April 3rd of 2021? Is that your testimony?
I had attended church back in Rockwall, but when I was with Kayla, she would never attend church with me.
So that's Kayla's fault. Is that true?
Yes, because we couldn't do it as a family.
Right. And as a matter of fact, there are other things that you found out for April 3rd, 2021. As an example, you found out your son had cavities. True?
Yes.
Okay. Before that, and you said you knew your son was having speech issues for 4 years, right? And not once did you take your son to go see a speech therapist. Is that true? Before April 3rd, 2021?
That's correct.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, you're saying, oh, my son didn't have vaccine. You went to one doctor's appointment for your son, okay, before April 3rd of 2021. Is that true?
That's incorrect.
Okay. As a matter of fact, in you going ahead and let me back up a second. Your babysitter, what's her name again? Miss Perry?
Krista Perry.
The babysitter, true?
Correct.
All right. Now, the babysitter is the one that took your son to go see the specialist to go ahead and have the assessment done. Is that true?
What assessment are we talking about?
I don't know, sir. How many assessments have you taken your son to?
So the assessment for the speech therapy, is that what you're asking me?
No, sir. Just assessments in general, since there appear to be more than one. So how many have you taken him to?
I've taken him to all of the doctor's visits, sir.
Sir, the assessment, your babysitter is the one that took your son to go have the assessment done. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, your babysitter is the one that actually did the intake for the assessment. I mean, she's the one that verbally gave the information relating to your son. Is that true?
No, that's incorrect.
As a matter of fact, it's true, sir, because you weren't present, correct?
I was present for that when I dropped him off for the speech therapy for him to do the intake and get that. Yes, sir, I was present.
Sir, so the day your testimony was that the assessment was done because Miss Perry's the one that took your son to have the assessment taken. Is your testimony now different than it was?
No, if you would specify on what assessment you're talking about, because there was an assessment where he had to go to the dentist.
Assessment go to a dentist.
Yeah, he went to a dentist, and that's when we found out about the cavities.
What kind of dentist do you go to? Tell me about your dentist. They conduct an assessment?
Objection has irrelevance.
Well, he says,
Overruled. He's going to open the door to this line of questioning. So overruled. He may clarify.
sir? Dentist assessment.
When I say assessment, I'm saying that when he got his exam done to look at his teeth to find out the cavities they had.
Are you equating an assessment with a dental appointment?
No, sir, you're mixing my words, but okay.
You know what? I'll move it along for you, okay? So did you at any time after April 3rd, okay? Let me back up a second. Your testimony is that on April 2nd, okay, you had physical possession of your son in Dallas. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, even though your testimony was that a month before you took possession of your son, that you and mom were having difficulties communicating, for some odd reason, you went ahead and decided to take vacation time with your work, and y'all planned for you to have possession of your son during his birthday weekend. True?
That's correct.
Right, because you can't communicate with Kayla. She wasn't communicating with you. Is that accurate?
Not until that point.
Objection, non-responsive. Is that accurate?
Sustained.
And your testimony essentially is that as you sit here today with Kayla, is when you took possession by agreement, is that true?
I had a already filed for divorce.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Sir, when you had possession or took possession of your son, okay, Lil Jackson, okay, that was done without any conflict and in a civil fashion. Is that true?
That's correct.
All right. And as a matter of fact, Kayla went ahead and handed you your son Jackson and the two other children to go to dinner. Is that true?
That's correct.
Right. And there were no issues and problems. Is that true?
No, we had a great dinner.
Right. And then you went ahead and you returned the two children and told her you were going to keep Jackson. Is that true?
That's what we had already arranged. Yes.
That's right. That's what y'all agreed to. And as a matter of fact, y'all also agreed that the next day, okay, he was going to have his birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese. Is that true?
She asked me if I would meet her at Chuck E. Cheese
Objection,
with.
non-responsive.
Sustained. He's just asking, did y'all have an agreement to have a birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese the next day?
We did.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, that was the planned birthday for your son, Jackson. But you got a great photo now. Is that true? Of you taking a photograph of Jackson out of Chuck E. Cheese to insult to injury 2 days later, April the 6th?
Objection as the argumentative.
Let me rephrase my question. Did you eventually take your son to Chuck E. Cheese on April 6th?
I did.
You think that was insulting to his mama to go ahead and have him have his birthday at Chuck E. Cheese, the one that you did not attend with your son on April 3rd?
Objection as the argumentative and relevance.
Overruled.
I went to take my son out for his birthday at Chuck E. Cheese.
On April 3rd?
No, on the following Monday.
Right, because on April 3rd, what you did was instead of bringing your son to Chuck E. Cheese, you bought the process server. Is that true, sir?
That's correct.
Right. As a matter of fact, you told the process server, I know where to find his mama. She's going to be at the Chuck E. Cheese. This is what she's driving. Is that true?
Objection as a relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, she was served in her vehicle.
Sir, and you right. Right. And as a matter of fact, that's what you wanted, right? Those were your instructions to the process server, to serve her in that parking lot on the day of your child's birthday. Is that true?
I was.
Objection as a relevance.
Co-parent.
Overruled.
I was getting my son back home.
And you said you were getting your son back home, okay? Sir, you're from Dallas. Is that true?
I was originally from Dallas. Yes, sir.
Your mama lives in Dallas, true?
Lives in Rockwall. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Is that outskirts of Dallas?
That's correct. Rockwall County.
Close enough, sir. Your stepfather, he live in Dallas?
He lives in Rockwall County as well.
You got one of them sisters? You got a sister up there too?
I do not.
Brother?
I do have a brother
Where's he live?
in Rowlett.
Where's that?
It's in Dallas.
All right. Now, you testified that on your FIS, you got $1,500 for child support, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
That's correct.
You said something about a little boy named Evan. Your rights are terminated as to that child, are you not, sir?
They are not terminated.
You don't have your rights terminated as to him?
No,
Objection
sir.
asked and answered.
Okay, you got a court order, you can't see him?
Hold on. Objection as to asked and answered on my previous objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. The asked and answered objection was sustained.
Sir, do you have a court order where you can't see your son?
No, sir.
Okay. You do not visit your son, Evan, true?
No, sir.
You haven't seen your son in a year, is that true?
That's correct. Since we've moved here.
As a matter of fact, you haven't seen your son in over 3 years, is that true?
That's correct.
That would not be in the best interest of Jackson, right? For his mama not to see him for about a month and a half. You would not think that's in his best interest, do you?
I would think that he should have some visitation with his mom for sure.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Do you think it was in Jackson's best interest not to see his mama for a month and a half?
Yes.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, that's what's best for him, is for his mom not to know that he's having major surgery. True, sir?
That's not true.
Yet, sir, you testified it's best for him not to see his mama for a month and a half. In that month and a half, your son had surgery. Is that true?
He did.
Yes. As a matter of fact, he had evasive surgery. Is that true?
That's not true.
Sir, did your son have to be put under anesthesia? Yes or no?
No,
Okay. Well, were you present?
I was.
Okay. And your son had to have, what'd you say, his bottom lip, right? Taken and go ahead and cut. Is that true?
No, it was a laser procedure. It
I'm sorry. It was a laser that had to cut it. True?
was a laser procedure.
Right.
Yes, sir.
With the lip had to be dislodged from his bottom gum. See, that's where you unstick something, right?
It was the skin that was attached from the gum to his lip. That's correct.
All right. The skin that was attached, right? So it became.
And it was his upper lip, and it was his his upper cheeks.
And then that skin became detached. True?
Correct.
All right. Through a laser. Is that true?
That's correct.
Somebody had to sign a consent form for that. That was you. True?
That's correct.
All right. And in that consent form, you didn't list his mama's information, did you not?
No, I did not.
All right. As a matter of fact, that doctor at the time he conducted that procedure, because you didn't tell him, didn't even know he had a mama. Is that true?
Objection is
That's not true.
Objection is speculation.
Overruled.
Sir,
That's not true.
That's not true. So the doctor was supposed to look at a crystal ball. Is that your testimony, and find out he had a mom somewhere?
No, he knew he had a mother.
Okay. Because Miss Perry told him?
No, I told him.
Okay. And you told him, but you didn't decide to put down any information for that doctor to be able to reach his mama. True?
Objection has to ask and answer.
Sustained.
Let me ask it this way, Mr. Wilson, okay? Did you have to take your son back to the dentist that did the surgery for a follow-up?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know, let me ask you this way. I'm gonna ask your opinion. How would you feel as a parent as you sit here today, okay? If since April 3rd, until the last time we were in court, hypothetically speaking, you hadn't seen your child, and you learned that Jackson had a major medical procedure done, and you weren't there and you didn't know. How'd you feel?
I would be upset.
And you will be upset because it's flat out wrong for one parent to go ahead and behave that way and do that to the other parent, not tell them. True?
If they were communicating.
So your testimony is that if you chose not to tell her, so you think it was her job for her to, while you had Jackson, to somehow talk to you?
No, I think that as parents, loving parents, that
Yes.
both of us have choices on medical decisions for our son.
Right. And you make sure that got performed by putting her as a contact information in the form and contacting her. Have you lost her phone number?
No, sir.
Okay. She still got the same number from the time you left her or she left you until today. Is that true?
That's correct.
All right. And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna ask it this way. Why don't you pull up their P14? Off the top of my head, my favorite. Here you go. You see that P4? Let me share it on the screen for a minute. This is your exhibit. Do you see that text to Jackson's mama?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
And it says things that you need to be done for Jackson. He says you in capital letters. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then right on down the line, you keep saying you, I, and then again, I. Are you making a reference to yourself and accusing her of not doing something for Jackson?
I'm making a reference because on the you, I found out that she was having the other children brush Jackson's teeth. So I told her that she needed to do it because Jackson can't brush his teeth by himself and he needs to have help.
Okay. And you, when y'all were married, you were watching Jackson brush his teeth while you were high on marijuana. Is that true?
No,
Okay. Because you smoke a lot of marijuana, do you not, sir?
no, I don't.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you busted your own drug test while you were on probation last summer because you were smoking marijuana. Is that true?
No,
Sir, did you fail a drug test or not?
I did for CBD.
I'm sorry, the oil. What is that?
CBD.
CBD.
Yeah.
Illegal in Texas, right?
No.
Legal in Texas.
Yes.
You had a prescription for it.
It's over the counter.
Okay. So as a matter of fact, you busted your drug test and then you had to show up in court again in December. Is that true? Of last
That's
year?
correct.
And you were going to have your probation pulled and you were going to have to go to jail. Is that true?
It was a possibility, yes.
And surely that would not be in Jackson's best interest if his daddy was a criminal and in jail, right?
But I'm not.
You're,
I'm not in jail and I'm not a criminal.
You're not a criminal? Sir, you're not a criminal.
That's correct.
And you have been on probation because you're not a criminal for a DWI that took place in what, 2014?
No, I'm on probation for a having possession of a hydrocodone that would belong to Kayla.
All right. So now it's Kayla's drugs. Is that true?
It is.
Okay. And your probation, okay. Let me back up. You're not on probation for that specific charge, sir. You were already on probation when you got
No,
arrested
sir.
for the narcotics. Is that true?
No.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, sir, it was Kayla's fault that you had that oil in your system too? When you
No.
took the drug test?
No, it was CBD pills that I was using for pain for my shoulder, and I didn't know.
And the strippers that you can't control that send you the naked pictures, you have purchased drugs from them too, right? Correct?
No.
You regarding Jackson, and let me stay hone in on that. Miss Perry lives 4 doors down from you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. This babysitter, do you go to church with the babysitter in Jackson?
No, I go to church by myself.
Okay. Does the babysitter from time to time, does she happen to go to church when you and Jackson are present?
She attends the church, yes.
Right. As a matter of fact, that's how you found church.
No,
Miss Perry.
no, I was recommended to that church.
By one of those people happen to have been the babysitter.
It was.
Okay. And the last time that Jackson, your son, was dropped off at your residence here in Katy, okay, there were approximately over 10 cans of beer in that trash. Is that true?
That's incorrect.
Well, how many cans of beer were they?
None.
There were no cans of beer.
That's correct.
If a witness came in here and said they sold that beer in your trash, they planted it.
No, they were lying because it was on trash day and there was no trash in my garage, in my trash cans.
What trash day is that?
It's on Tuesday.
And you saying that's the day that the trash is gone and there's no beer in the trash?
Objection has
That's correct.
irrelevance, Your Honor.
Let me move it
Hold
along.
on, what was the objection?
Objection has irrelevance, Your Honor, into this line of questioning.
Alcohol.
Overruled.
Sir, you have consumed alcohol in the last week. Is that true?
No,
You have consumed alcohol in the last 30 days. Is that true?
No,
So your testimony to this judge is that you are not drinking and consuming alcohol.
that's correct.
Okay. And your wife and you often had fights, so the day she left, because of your alcohol use and abuse. Is that true?
No,
Okay. As a matter of fact, like you were so reminded by your counsel, in the last 3 years, you have driven with your son in the car while consuming alcohol. Is that true?
that's incorrect.
Okay. You have not done that.
No,
Okay. But you did have a breathalyzer in your truck. Is that true?
no.
You had a breathalyzer in your car?
Did I have a breathalyzer in my car?
Yes, sir. You did.
Yeah, back in
Objection,
2015.
I'm responsible. I'm sorry. You did, right? Correct?
In 2015,
I'm sorry.
yes, I did.
Okay. And as you sit here today, you want the judge to appoint you primary custodian of your son. Is that true?
That's correct.
I assume since because you've been making great decisions, you want the decision to go ahead and make exclusively medical decisions for your son. Is that true?
No, I'm looking for the best interests of my son.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Sir, the medical decisions, okay, since you've been making them so far, you want the judge to award those to you exclusively, correct?
Correct.
Now, you think that's in the best interest of your child for you to continue to do what you do, which is not tell his mama when he's going to the doctor.
I believe that making sure that he gets the right medical attention is important.
Objection,
Yes.
non-responsive. So the
Sustained.
answer is yes, you
Other
want to
than yes.
continue to do that.
I'm
Okay?
sorry, Mr. Ramos. You're really gonna have to slow down.
Yeah, and the objection is sustained other than the last part, which was yes. You may ask your next question, Mr. Ramos.
Yes, yes, sir. Sir, you know what? I'm going to pass the witness, Judge.
All right, Mr. Sy, how much redirect do you have with this witness?
Not much, Your Honor. Possibly 10 minutes once I look at my notes. Are we going on a break briefly? Because I was also going to ask how much time.
I'm going to go ahead and let him finish unless you need a break. Do you need a break now?
Yeah, I do need to use the restroom. I'm sorry.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. We'll resume at it's 2:39, so let's resume at 2:50 and take a 10-minute break. We're going off the record. court's back on the record in the Wilson matter. Mr. Wilson's currently on the stand. We're going to pick up with a redirect of Mr. Wilson. Just to give the lawyers an update on time, Mr. Sy, you still have 50 minutes. And Mr. Ramos, you have an hour and 20 minutes remaining. All right, Mr. Sy, you may proceed.
Yes, Judge. Brief redirect, Your Honor. Mr. Wilson, I'm going to show you what has been previously admitted as, where did it go? Exhibit P7. I don't know why it's not on here. Okay, well, I'm just try like this. Nope, wrong one. Wrong screen. Here we go. Mr. Wilson, do you see Exhibit P7?
I do.
Do you recognize this as your parenting course certificate?
I do.
Can you tell the court what were some of the things you learned from that parenting course?
That even though me and Kayla couldn't make our marriage work, that I've got to work with Kayla for the best interest of Jackson and making decisions.
Do you think that co-parenting is important for Jackson?
I do, without a doubt.
What do you plan on doing to better co-parent with Kayla?
Just keep her updated on medical issues, open the communication lines with her, make sure that we're both on the same page as far as Jackson goes.
Why is that important for Jackson?
Because he needs mom and dad to both be involved.
Pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Ramos.
Mr. Wilson, you took that parenting course, I'm sorry, that P7. You completed that on May the 8th of 2021. Is that true?
Correct.
And for 3.5 weeks, you did not disclose where your son had surgery and the fact that he needed speech therapists or any other major decision you've made to the mother of your child. Is that true?
Can you repeat the question?
Sir, after you took that parenting course on May the 8th, 2021, we were in court 3 weeks later. So for the next 3 weeks after you completed this great course on co-parenting and working with Kayla, you gave her no information regarding your son's medical decisions and medical needs. Is that true?
We tried to open up the communications lines with Kayla.
Sustain.
Sir, isn't that true?
Yes.
So today, when confronted, isn't it true that now you want to co-parent with my client? Is that true?
Yes, we need to get better at communicating for sure.
Right, and you decided that the parenting course, basically, whatever it is that you learned today. Is that true?
No.
I passed the witness, Judge.
Mr. Sy, anything further from this witness?
I'll reserve it for rebuttal, but I'll pass witness at this time.
Okay, Mr. Sy, you may call your next witness.
Call Kayla Renee Wilson, Your Honor.
All right.
Judge, let me just remove my stuff here from Ms. Wilson's.
And while you're doing that, Ms. Wilson, I'm going to go over a few instructions with you. You're being called as an adverse witness. What that means is Mr. Sy is going to be allowed to ask you leading questions that may call for a yes or no response or may call for a very limited response. Listen very carefully to his question and answer the question that's asked. It may be that you want to explain your answers. Now is not the time to do that. Mr. Ramos will be taking notes, and if he thinks you need to explain an answer, he'll go through that with you when it's his turn to give you questions. All right, Mr. Sy, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. We please call the court your name. I might have missed it.
Kayla Renee Wilson.
And you're the respondent and current wife to Chad Robert Wilson, correct?
Correct.
Where are you currently residing, ma'am? The residential address?
My physical address is 3934 Cochee Drive in Balk Springs.
What was the city name? I'm sorry.
Balk Springs,
How do you spell that?
BALCH Springs.
What's the zip code for that, ma'am?
75180.
Is that a suburb of Dallas?
Yes,
How far away is that from Dallas, the city center of Dallas, if you know?
like maybe 30 minutes.
What direction is it from the city center?
I'm not good with directions. I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry.
How long have you been residing there, ma'am?
I just got that house with my friend in May, the beginning of May.
May of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And who's your friend that resides there with you?
Dawn Duncan.
She earlier here present in the Zoom meeting when we first started.
Yes, sir.
Who resides at that address with you besides Don Duncan?
Her fiance, Ralph, and then my other 2 children.
How many rooms are in that residence, ma'am?
4.
4 bedrooms?
Yes,
So 1 bedroom is Ralph and Don. 1
Yes.
bedroom is for you. Is that correct?
yes, sir.
1 for your 2 children?
My daughter's in 1 room, and then the boys share a room.
And I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as exhibit R18, ma'am. Look with me here. This is the kitchen area for where you're residing, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
This as well, kitchen area?
Yes, sir.
Living room area, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is this a shared bathroom for everyone here, or who's using this
the kids.
bathroom? I'm sorry,
The children,
whose room is this?
the boys.
Whose room is this?
That is my daughter's and my friend Dawn's stepdaughter.
So those 4 children then, right? So it would be
I have Savannah constantly. We get her every weekend.
Savannah is the stepdaughter every weekend.
Yes, sir.
How old is she?
She is 10.
How old is your daughter?
9.
They share a room together?
Yes.
And how old is your son, ma'am?
11.
And he's sharing the room with 4-year-old Jackson, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were not working during the marriage with Mr. Wilson, correct?
No, sir.
But you recently started working, I believe, as a receptionist. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What are your hours during the work week?
7:30 to 5, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and I work 8 to 2 on Saturdays.
While you're at work, what is your plan for daycare?
Well, currently, until I can afford it, my mother is watching the children at my house.
The house that you're currently residing?
Yes,
Where does your mother reside?
in Mesquite.
How far away is that from Balk Springs?
Like 15, 20 minutes.
Before you moved to Dallas, and that was in March of 2021, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the exact date when you moved to Dallas?
It was probably around March 5th, if I remember correctly.
Before you moved there, did you have a discussion with Mr. Wilson about moving there?
No,
Why didn't you?
I would not going to confront my abuser about leaving.
You're claiming that Mr. Wilson is abusing you or was abusing you. Is that correct?
Not physically, but he has mentally and verbally.
So no physical abuse, but mental and verbal abuse.
Yes, sir.
So was it your plan that you were going to take the kids and go up to Dallas and then file for divorce in Dallas?
Yes, sir.
Was it your plan to keep Jackson away from Mr. Wilson?
No, sir.
In this case, you've alleged that Mr. Wilson has committed domestic violence to you. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
What kind of domestic violence are you claiming Mr. Wilson has done to you?
The Thursday, in which he has already previously discussed, he, in front of my mother, decided he was going to pick up a big wad chunk of mail and throw it directly in my face.
A
Because
big wad, hold on, a big wad of what?
it was mail, like mail was sitting on the couch. He picked it up and threw it in my face and proceeded to storm out the front door.
Any other instance of domestic violence?
No,
Did your face get cut?
not that I can remember. No, sir.
Did you go to the doctor for that incident?
No,
Did you call the police?
no, I did not.
Why did you not call the police?
I just didn't.
Did you call the police for the mental and verbal abuse you are alleging Mr. Wilson did to you?
No,
Have you seen a doctor or seen a medical professional for this abuse or domestic violence that you're alleging Mr. Wilson has done to you?
no, sir.
Did you hear my question, ma'am?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
Why have you not seen a doctor or medical professional for this abuse or domestic violence that
With
you've
being
alleged
a
Mr.
stay-at-home
Wilson
mom,
committed?
I tend to 3 children.
I'm
So
sorry.
I do not find it, staying at home with 3 children, I do not find the time for myself.
How long are you saying this mental and verbal abuse has happened?
I'm going to stay as far back as 2017.
You were married to Mr. Wilson in June of 2017, right?
2019.
I'm sorry, yeah, 2019. But you were dating in June of 2017?
Yes, sir.
You're aware of, at the time in June 2017, you're aware of Mr. Wilson's criminal history as well, right?
Yes, sir.
The 2 DWIs and also the hydrocodone incident, yes?
Yes.
And yet you still married him in June 2019, right?
Yes, sir.
The hydrocodone incident that you're referring to, that was hydrocodone that was prescribed to you, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it your testimony today that Mr. Wilson took that from you
Yes, sir.
without your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if did Mr. Wilson ever physically ingest the hydrocodone in front of you that was prescribed to you?
No, sir.
Have you ever seen him do that?
No, sir.
Have you ever seen him take a pill out of a bottle and put it somewhere else?
Just his Vyvanse.
The one that he's prescribed to, right?
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes, sir.
When you knew, or when you claimed that Mr. Wilson took the hydrocodone from you, did you report that to his probation officer?
No, sir.
Why not?
I just didn't.
You also heard testimony about Jackson's medical issues. Specifically, let's talk about the teeth first. You heard about that testimony, right?
Yes,
Is it true that you did not take Jackson to the dentist for the past 4 years?
that is true.
Why have you not?
I was in the process of doing it before we moved. We moved in 2020. I was going to do that, and then COVID happened and stopped everything. And so I just hadn't had a chance to do it after that.
Mr. Wilson has had Jackson and your other 2 kids insured under his health insurance, though, right?
Yes.
That includes dental insurance?
Yes, sir.
And during your time as a stay-at-home mom for the 2 years that you were married to Mr. Wilson, are you saying that you didn't have time to take Jackson to the dentist?
Yes, sir.
You heard the testimony about the speech therapy issues with Jackson. You would also agree that Jackson also had some issues with speaking and enunciating correctly. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge. No, sir.
That's the first time you ever heard that any issues with speech
Yes, sir.
related to Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that Jackson needs speech therapy now, knowing the things you know now?
No, sir, I do not.
Are you a medical professional?
No, sir.
Do you have any type of medical training or a license to practice medicine or any type of medical treatment?
No, sir.
Have you been taking Jackson to speech therapy sessions in Dallas?
I took him to his first one yesterday because it was the soonest I could find for him.
And who was the speech therapist there?
Her name is Kirsten.
I'm sorry.
Kirsten,
Who was the, what's the clinic they're associated with?
I think it was synaptic pediatrics therapy.
Did you convey this information to Mr. Wilson?
No, I did not because I just got the therapist's name yesterday.
Non-responsive after no, I did not.
Sustained.
After your therapist visit at Synaptic Pediatric, do you still believe that Jackson does not need speech therapy?
No, sir.
So you think he does then?
No, he doesn't.
Are you going to continue to take Jackson to speech therapy?
It's been provided to me.
Objection non-responsive, and I couldn't actually hear her answer.
Sustained, and I didn't hear your answer either. Can you repeat the answer, please?
Yes, he will still be going to therapy.
Speech therapy, right? Just to clarify.
Therapy, yes.
You also had the testimony about Mr. Wilson saying there was a fend for yourself policy regarding the dinner and food for the children at your house during the marriage. Do you recall that testimony, ma'am?
I do, yes, sir.
Did you have a fend for yourself policy?
We did sometimes, but not all the time.
What does a fend for yourself policy mean?
Just you go fend for yourself and whatever you find, you cook.
In the fridge?
Yes,
You use that for all three children?
yes, I do.
You understand that Jackson was 4 years old right now, right?
Yes, but I'm the one who makes his food.
Objection, that's a non-responsive after yes.
Sustained.
When you were implementing that fend for yourself policy for the three children, would the other children make food for Jackson during that time?
Sometimes, yes.
What would they make for Jackson?
Sometimes it would be a peanut butter jelly, sometimes ramen noodle, something I believe an 11 and 9-year-old can make.
Peanut butter ramen noodle, like those little small ones, like that from Walmart for $1?
Yes.
Anything else besides peanut butter or ramen noodles?
Lunchable sometimes, if that's what they wanted.
So the kids would be able to choose their own lunch?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that you had junk food at stocked up at the fridge in home?
yes,
Did you think that was in the children's best interest?
yes,
Are you going to continue to feed your children junk food?
no.
What's stocked in the fridge now?
Milk, hamburger meat, lunch meats, more healthier choices.
When your two children, your older children, were making food for Jackson while you're at home, what were you doing during that time?
Watching them,
Sitting on the couch watching them make food for your 4-year-old?
yes.
Why?
Again, an 11 and 9-year-old, I believe, are capable of helping their younger child, sibling make something.
Why would you not be helping
That
your
is the
children?
responsibility of getting older.
You think that your 11 and 8-year-old, part of the responsibility is to help feed a 4-year-old?
No,
Where did you live prior to the Balk Spring address?
with Chad and Katie.
I meant before you moved in. You said you moved in May, correct?
Yes,
So, but before May of 2021, you lived at another address. Where was that?
with my friend Dawn, it was in Mesquite. I do not remember the address off the top of my head, though.
How big of a house was that?
It
How many
was,
bedrooms?
it was a 2-bedroom apartment, but we were into a home in 2 weeks after that.
That's a non-responsive after 2-bedroom apartment.
Sustained.
How long were you in the 2-bedroom apartment in Mesquite with Dawn?
I'm gonna say 3 weeks.
That was in the entire span of May, is that correct? Or April?
In April.
April for 3 weeks, 2-bedroom apartment. It was Dawn and her fiance at the time, I assume, were living in 1 bedroom, right?
Yes,
And you and your 2 children were staying in the other bedroom?
yes.
How many square feet was that apartment?
I do not know.
Before that 3-week apartment stint, where were you residing then?
With Dawn's grandmother, which is just around the corner from her apartment.
Which was what? I'm sorry.
Just around the corner from her apartment.
The
So-
apartment, Mesquite apartment? I'm sorry, that Mesquite apartment you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay, and how long were you at Dawn's grandparents' house?
Just up until I was with Dawn. So it was March up until that April.
Okay, so is it fair to say March, when you first drove to Dallas with the 3 kids, you were at Dawn's grandmother's house for that time, then the 3-week apartment, then Bulk Springs address now?
Yes.
How big is Dawn's grandparents' house? How many bedrooms were there?
3 bedrooms.
Who resided there with you with Dawn's grandparents?
Just the grandmother and myself and the kids.
During those 3 during the time, and so that was about a month and a half or so, is that correct? I'm sorry, yes?
Yes.
During that about a month and a half period at Dawn's grandmother's house, how often would Mr. Wilson FaceTime or talk to Jackson?
Numerous of times, at least three, 4 times.
3-4 times a day, 3-4 times a week? I'm sorry?
A week.
Have you found a dentist for Jackson in Dallas at this time?
Not yet. I'm still searching my options.
Have you found a pediatrician for Jackson in Dallas at this time?
Yeah. I'm going to be taking him to pediatric clinic of Mesquite.
Has he had a visit there?
Not yet. No.
Are you asking for Mr. Wilson's visits to be supervised at this time?
No.
You understand that you put that in your petition though, right?
Yes.
Why did you ask for supervised visits?
I was just under the impression of not being able to trust him since he took off with Jackson the first time.
What is the difference between you taking Jackson and your 2 kids to Dallas with no intent to return and file for divorce, and Mr. Wilson filing for divorce and taking Jackson back to Katie?
No difference at all.
Are you asking for Mr. Wilson to attend a battering and intervention program?
Yes.
You're asking for that relief today?
No.
Are you asking for Mr. Wilson to attend an anger management course
Yes.
for that today in front of this judge?
Yes.
Regarding the emotional and mental abuse that you're claiming Mr. Wilson did to you, are you taking any medication for that?
No.
Are you on any medication at all right now?
No, sir.
Did you report to Mr. Wilson's probation officer this alleged mental and verbal abuse?
Can you repeat that again? You broke out.
Did you report to Mr. Wilson's probation officer the alleged mental or verbal abuse that
No.
sorry, I have to finish my question, that you were alleging Mr. Wilson did to you?
No.
Why didn't you?
I just didn't.
Are you aware there is an arrest warrant outstanding for your arrest as you sit here today?
Yes, I do.
You know what it's for.
Speeding tickets.
What is your plan on resolving this current arrest warrant out for your arrest?
Trying to see if I can pay them off.
Have you contacted the police?
No, not yet.
You failed to show up for the hearing regarding that, right?
I was not aware of any hearing at all.
There was a citation as well as when you didn't have a driver's license, you're driving without a driver's license. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Do you have a current driver's license now?
Yes, sir, I do.
When was it reinstated? Or when did you get it, rather?
I want to say it was in 2017.
So you're aware that the police could, at any point right now, arrest you. You understand that?
Yes.
Why did it take so long for Mr. Wilson to find out where you were residing in Dallas?
I told him where I was.
You told him each of those 3 addresses you gave to me?
I sure did, because he picked up Jackson from Dawn's apartment that day that he came to pick him up, and he knew about it a week before that.
What about the Balk Springs address? When did you notify Mr. Wilson of that address?
Last week, Monday.
Last week, Monday, about 10 days ago, is that correct?
Yes.
But you had been living there since May of 2021.
Yes.
So it took you a month and a half to let him know where Jackson was residing after the June 13th, 2021
It did
exchange?
not take that long. It took me the next day, like a week later, to let him know the address.
Okay, so you decided not to tell him until after we had a hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it your plan for the court to is it your plan, if you had your way with the hearing today, that Jackson would live primarily with you in Balk Springs
Yes.
on a temporary basis? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's true, though, that Jackson and you and Chad had been living in Katy, Texas for a year and a half before while this suit was filed, right?
A year and 2 months.
A year and 2 months in Houston, in Katy, Texas, excuse me, right?
Yes.
This was your plan to uproot Jackson from what he has an established plan there and start fresh in Balk Springs?
Yes, sir.
How often do you envision Mr. Wilson should have visits to Jackson, and where would you like that exchange to occur?
First, third, fifth weekends of the month, and a halfway point in Madisonville.
And you're asking for child support from Mr. Wilson, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But you've taken back the supervision request at this time, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that you would do whatever it takes to protect Jackson, right?
Yes, sir.
And to do whatever he needs to be, whatever needs to be done to further his best interest, whether it's his emotional health, his physical health, his medical health, you would agree that you would do what is needed to be done, right?
Yes, sir.
And that you have been doing that, is that correct?
Yes.
But so far, you've told me that you have not taken Jackson to any dental care for the last 4 years, right?
Objection, Judge. That's been asked and answered.
Sustained.
And Ms. Wilson, you have not found a dentist in Dallas just yet, right?
I'm still looking at options.
Still looking at options, right?
Yes. I want to make sure I take him to the
Objection as a non-responsive after yes.
Sustained.
And that you think it is best for Jackson, a 4-year-old, to share a room with an 11-year-old son?
Yes.
But you've also gotten rid of now the fend up for yourself policy. I assume you're making healthy food, healthy meals for your children now, right?
Yes, sir.
No longer junk food. Is that correct?
Objection,
That is
Jasmine, ask and answer is cumulative at this point in time.
Overruled, but she did say she's doing healthier meals now.
Yes, Judge.
Ma'am, do you still have junk food is what his question was.
No, sir.
And you're now making food for all three of your children instead of having your older two make them for your 4-year-old, right?
Yes, sir.
That's just recently just happened. That didn't happen during the marriage, did it?
Yes, it did.
Sometimes it did, sometimes it didn't, right?
Correct.
And what was a percent? What would you put as percentage wise as how many times you would watch your 11 and 8-year-old make food for Jackson?
At least 15% of the time.
At least 15 or 50?
15.
How much of a percentage during your marriage to Mr. Wilson would your 11 and 8-year-old make food for themselves?
The same percentage, 15.
During your marriage to Mr. Wilson, you would go over to Krista Perry's house pretty often while Mr. Wilson was at work, right?
That is correct.
Would you say you would go up there every day?
Not every day.
At least once or twice a week?
Something like that. Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that during your marriage to Mr. Wilson for the last 2 years before this petition filing that you were relatively close to Ms. Perry?
I just met her last year. So
So for the last year, you were relatively close before the petition was filed, right?
I suppose so.
And you would tell her things about your relationship with Mr. Wilson, right?
Yes.
And likewise, she would tell you close and confidential things about her life as well, right?
Yes.
When you were not at Miss Perry's house, were you at your own house with your kids?
Yes.
So during the marriage for the previous 2 years before the petition was filed, for those 2 years, you're either at Miss Perry's house 1 or 2 times a week or your own house, right?
But I don't object, mischaracterizes the testimony. They've only been living down here for tops year and a half, even if you take them as true.
Sustained.
Ms. Wilson, I'll rephrase. For the time that you knew Miss Perry, that time was split between Miss Perry's house and your home. Is that correct?
I guess. Yeah.
There was nowhere, in other words, there was nowhere else you were going. Or
I
no,
also went to another neighbor's house, which is just across the way, Megan.
how often would that happen?
Just as much as it would be with Krista.
1 to 2 times a week?
At least, yes.
Did you ever have anyone help you at Mr. Wilson's home, the marital residence? Would you ever have any help with babysitting or nannying?
No.
You saw the pictures that I showed Mr. Wilson during his testimony, correct?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted. Exhibit P3. You saw this picture, right?
Yes.
How often would you clean Jackson or your other 2 children's homes or bedrooms, excuse me?
At least 2 to 3 times a week.
But it'll still get like this, right? Every day?
Yes.
How about this? How often would you clean the refrigerator?
At least twice a month.
How old was this? What it was in here?
That was something I cooked at least a week prior to leaving.
You just left it in there?
Well, yeah, because he's a grown adult.
Mr. Wilson's a grown adult?
He can wash too.
Would you say this is neat and tidy for your daughter's room?
No.
Would you have your daughter clean up her own room?
Yes, I would.
How long did it take to become like this?
At least 45 minutes to clean.
Or when was a previous cleaning before this picture was taken, if you know?
I don't know because I don't know when that picture was taken.
Is it often and common for your kids' rooms to look like this?
Sometimes.
That's the witness.
Mr. Ramos, would you like to take questions of this witness at this time?
Judge, I would not.
Okay. Mr. Sy, you may call your next witness.
I call Krista Perry, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Perry, if you can get your video up and running for us, please. Mr. Sy, you have 16 minutes.
Yes, Judge.
You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Will you please tell the court your name, ma'am?
Krista Perry.
How do you know Mr. Wilson, Mr. Chad Wilson?
They are my neighbors.
You also know Kayla Wilson, correct?
Yes, she was my neighbor as well until she moved.
Would you help babysit and provide nannying services for Mr.
I'm
Wilson?
hearing, no, Judge, I'm hearing an echo. I'm not.
Yeah, I am too. Just one second. We're getting an echo. Ms. Perry, do you have your volume up on your computer?
Yeah, it's all the way up.
I'm not sure what's causing the echo.
Want me to try to go in a different room?
Mm-mm.
I don't think that's going to fix it.
What are you on? Is it a phone?
No, I'm on my iPad.
All right, it sounds a little better now. Let's try to get this to work. Mr. Sy, you may continue. Sorry for the interruption, and that's not counting against your time.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. How often would you look after Jackson? And do you know Jackson Wilson?
Yes, I do. And I look after him every day except Tuesday and Sunday because those are Chad's days off.
You have children of your own?
I do. I have 2 daughters, 3 and 4.
So you have Jackson over during the time that you take care of him?
Correct.
I'm sorry, it's still, Your Honor, it's still like bad. Maybe, I'm not sure what it is.
We're going to go off the record for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, Minnie's going to have a really hard time taking this down with that echo, and it's hard for me to follow the evidence. We need to try to figure something out here.
Can we go in a different room?
We can try that, or maybe if you turn your volume down on, maybe that would help. I'm not sure.
Okay, let me try. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, it's a lot better. Oh,
Okay.
no.
That better?
That's better. Just before we go on the record, Mr. Sy, just ask her a question and let her answer something unrelated, and let's see how it works.
Can you hear us now, Miss Perry?
Yes, I can.
Actually, I kind of still hear it.
There's still a little echo, but I think it's better. So Minnie, let's try this again. All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Sy, you may continue.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Perry, you said you watched Jackson or every day except Tuesday and Sunday. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And has it been for the past year? Is that correct?
It has been since Kayla had left.
Do you know
I
when?
do. Go ahead.
Do you know when Kayla left? When you?
Well, when Jackson came back in his care, so after his birthday.
Non-responsive.
Sustained.
You know what date that was, ma'am?
His birthday was the 3rd, I believe. This was right after that.
Do you ever have any concerns about Mr. Wilson, Mr. Chad Wilson, taking care of Jackson?
No, I do not.
Have you noticed a difference between Jackson in Mr. Wilson's care primarily versus Miss Wilson's care primarily?
Yes, an extreme difference.
What kind of extreme difference are you referring to?
He was almost nonverbal, and he's now in speech therapy, and his communication is amazing. I felt he was a little underweight, and I believe it was because of the fend for yourself nights that I was told that would happen for his dinner. His weight, I mean, his growth, everything. He has new furniture.
Hey, Ms. Perry, I'm going to stop you.
Yeah.
Did Miss Wilson tell you about this fend for yourself policy?
Yes, she did.
What did she say was that policy?
When we would communicate in our neighborhood about like what was for dinner, she would say, "I'm not cooking tonight. It's fend for yourself night."
How often would that happen per week on average?
I would say at least 3 to 4 times.
Were you ever present in Mr. Wilson's home during this fend for yourself policy?
I was not present in their home often. I believe 1 or 2 times because she
Objection,
did not want me in her
non-responsive.
home.
Objection, non-responsive. Everything after I was not.
Sustained after I was not, maybe 1 or 2 times.
I'm going to switch gears, ma'am. Do you recall an incident where there was an argument between Mr. Wilson and Miss Wilson?
Yes, she came over to my house that night.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as exhibit.
Yeah, I don't object on time frame. I mean, I guess she knows the night.
Sustained. If we can clean it up as far as when this took place.
Yes, Judge. Ma'am, do you see what's been previously admitted as exhibit P10?
Yes, I do.
Is this your screenshot?
Yes, it is.
What is the date of the screenshot?
March 4th,
Of what year?
2021.
Is this, Kayla, is that the picture for Kayla Wilson that you communicated with Miss Wilson?
Yes, it is.
Do you recall what happened that night?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the court what Miss Kayla Wilson told you about that night?
She came over to my house when she asked if I was awake and came down to tell me that they got into an argument because she felt that he knew that she was going to be leaving town and something was wrong between the two of them.
Did she say anything else about that night or what they argued about?
She did not. She just told me that she was going to be leaving town.
Did Miss Wilson tell you that Mr. Wilson was forcing himself onto her?
No.
Did Mr. Wilson, did Kayla tell you that Chad was allegedly having sex with strippers?
She did tell me that she believed that he was.
Anything else that Miss Kayla told you about that night? That's what the argument was about, rather.
She had showed me the pictures on her phone of the girls that she believed that he was.
Did Miss Wilson call the police that night?
No.
Did you?
No.
Do you have any concern for Jackson if Jackson is in Mr. Wilson's care primarily?
In Mr. Wilson's care?
Yes, Chad Wilson's care.
No, I do not.
Do you think Mr. Wilson is a good father?
Yes, I do.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor. How much time do I have left, Your Honor?
You have 10 minutes. All right, Mr. Ramos, your witness.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, would it be helpful for you if I recollected refresh your recollection about the photographs that Ms. Kayla showed you that night of the strippers?
You're welcome to show me.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as R8.
Your Honor, before Mr. Ramos shows these pictures, how does Your Honor want to help do?
Objection, Judge. That's a speaking objection, and I'm refreshing her recollection, which I want to show her a photo. And now he's interfering with my examination.
And I'm objecting to publishing something to the court that has not been admitted into evidence.
Judge, I can refresh her recollection so long as she doesn't testify from the exhibit. I can put it in front of her face.
May I respond, Judge? Your Honor, during Zoom,
Hey, Mr. Tsai.
Your Honor, in Zoom time, some judges will obscure the screen so they don't see the evidence.
I don't know about different judges. All I know is about this judge. I want to
Well,
refresh the recollection of this witness, Judge.
I
If
understand.
the exhibit is not in evidence, I will allow you to show the witness the exhibit, but I am going to turn my head so I don't see a document that's not in evidence. So,
That's just-
Mr. Ramos, you have permission. You have permission to share the screen, but the
Yes,
court's not.
yes,
gonna
sir.
look at-
All right, please. Ma'am, that's the photograph, one of the photographs anyway, that's refresh your recollection that Ms. Kayla went ahead and showed you that night. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And now that you have been refreshed, meaning your recollection of the exhibit, essentially what Ms. Kayla told you is that there were naked photographs of strippers on her husband's phone. Is that true?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, she told you that there were not only naked pictures, but there were strippers that were actually posing their naked private parts on his phone. Is that true?
Isn't that the picture that you just showed? I'm
Tell the judge
confused.
The picture you just saw was what?
I'm sorry, objection. If it was an objection non-responsive,
Yes, sir.
sustained.
Tell the judge the photograph you just saw was of what?
Objection as to
That's
testifying from facts not in evidence, Your Honor. It's past the suppression the recollection rule at this time.
Sustained.
All right, ma'am, once you saw that photograph, okay, were you alarmed regarding Mr. Wilson's conduct in his household?
In his household?
Yes.
No, I mean, no.
All right, and as a matter of fact, you weren't alarmed because Ms. Kayla also told you that he was paying the stripper via his phone. Is that true?
That is what she had said, but I
Okay.
do not know if it is true.
As a matter of fact, would it refresh your recollection if I actually showed you the photograph of Mr. Wilson's phone that Ms. Kayla showed you that night?
Yeah, if you would like to show the photo.
Yes, ma'am, to help you recollect exactly what she told you and what she showed you, correct?
I don't know if I need recollection. I understand. I know the photo you just showed me.
Yes, ma'am, you don't need recollection now. Is somebody talking to you via screen? Ma'am,
I'm home alone. No, I have a baby here.
are you communicating with somebody while you're testifying right now?
No, absolutely not.
No? Do you have a phone nearby that you're talking to somebody while you're testifying?
No, I'm sitting on I moved my couch. I've moved to my couch from my
You
table.
understand this is not a test. I'm asking you if you communicated with Mr. Wilson, okay, since we started this proceeding today.
No, I have not. No.
Okay, and as a matter of fact, as you're sitting here, is there a reason why I could refresh your recollection and then 30 seconds later, you didn't need recollecting?
Yeah, I said you were welcome to show me the photo.
As a matter of fact, if I showed you the photo, that may help you actually refresh your mind about what she actually showed you that night. Is that true?
Objection as to ask and
Don't
answer.
interfere with my examination, Mr. Sai.
You may show me the photo, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Objection as to
Refresh
this
the recollection at this time.
objection as to improper recollection that the witness didn't actually say it would help her.
Sustained.
Ma'am, that photograph, let me ask it this way, because you're going to tell me no. So if I show you the photo, right, that would not help your recollection now, true?
You are welcome to show me the photo, Ms. Ramos.
That's not his question, ma'am. Listen carefully to his question. He's trying to lay a predicate to see whether or not he needs to show you the photo. Just answer the question that he's asking you, please.
Okay.
Ma'am, now, if I showed you the photograph, that would not help refresh your recollection of what she showed you that night, true?
I know the pictures that she showed me that night.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
You can show me the photos. Yes, it will help me refresh my memory.
Thank you. All right, put them up. And I'm going to show you the following exhibits. Please don't testify from them. I'm refreshing your recollection. I'll show you what's been R6. Don't testify to anything. Keep going. Let me put it off the screen now. Ma'am, has your recollection now been refreshed on the photographs that you were shown in the night in question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As a matter of fact, essentially the photographs that Ms. Kayla showed you dealt with payments of Mr. Wilson or from Mr. Wilson to strippers, one of them named Georgia. True?
Objection as to testifying from facts, not in evidence, and now it's past the recollection predicate, Your Honor.
Say what-
Sustained.
Let me ask it this way, ma'am. I'm not going to tell you what any phone said. Did Miss Kayla tell you that her husband was sending payments to a stripper named Georgia?
Yes.
Why? Did she also tell you that these payments exceeded over $2,000? Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And she also told you that he was also sending monies to other women on the phone. Is that true?
Yes.
All right. And she also told you that that's the reason why she was leaving her husband. True?
Yes.
Are you currently involved in a dating relationship with Mr. Wilson?
No.
Are you involved in a sexual relationship with Mr. Wilson?
No, sir.
Okay. And you're the babysitter. Do you watch Jackson throughout the course of the week? What days were those?
Every day except Tuesday and Sunday.
And every day except Tuesday and Sunday, because those are the days Mr. Wilson is off for work. True?
Yes, it is.
All right. So when you do watch him and Mr. Wilson happens to be at work, okay, what time do you start?
I start by 8 o'clock.
And you know what? Right now, you've seen a big difference in Jackson, I assume, like routine wise. Is that true?
Yes,
Matter of fact, he's got a bedtime now. Is that true?
it does.
What's his bedtime at night?
I do not put him to bed, sir, but I believe Chad puts him to bed about 8:30.
Well, why do you believe that? You opine of that. Why? Because you've seen it?
No, I have not. I've never put Jackson to bed.
Okay. So the answer is no, you haven't seen it. You're making that assumption. Is that true?
No, Chad has told me.
So you're making that assumption because that's what Mr. Wilson told you. Is that true?
Yes,
All right. Now, Mr. Wilson here, sometimes he gets out of work at 7 p.m. Is that true?
yes, on the nights that he closes.
Yes, ma'am. And those nights are out of the work week. They're about 3 times per week. Is that true? That's what
He
told me.
closes one night to 2 nights a week.
Okay. And essentially on those 1 to 2 nights a week, if Jackson, and by the way, he doesn't take a bath over at your place before Mr. Wilson picks him up, correct?
He takes a bath at home.
Right. So once Mr. Wilson picks him up on the nights he's working late or closing up shop and he gets out at 7. So I assume he gets home, picks him up at 7:30? Is that fair?
I would say no later than 7:30.
Okay. So essentially on those nights, he has possession of his son for 1 hour. True?
He has possession of his son until the next morning.
Well, I understand that, man. Waking time, possession wise, 1 hour?
Depending on what time Chad puts his son to bed, sir, I'm not there for bedtime.
Yeah, Mr. Wilson told you now by his own admission it's 8:30. Is that true?
I mean, yes, but parents also.
Non-responsive.
Sustained after yes.
Hey, now, Ms. Perry, you're the one that actually took little Jackson to go ahead and have his assessment done by the speech therapist. Is that true?
His dad took him to the speech therapist to have the assessment.
I didn't back up. The assessment that took place, okay, on April, let me see, 13 of 2021, you did not physically take the child to go have the assessment done?
Chad took him to have the assessment.
Were you present?
I was not.
Okay. If Mr. Wilson testified earlier that you took him, he what? Not forthcoming? He'd be lying?
To the assessment, I have taken him to speech therapy.
No, the assessment.
On April 13th.
Yes, ma'am.
And what day of the week was that?
I don't know. We'll pray about it. I'm not sure.
Well, what?
I'm not sure.
Objection, that's sidebar.
Sustained, no sidebars.
Let's look up April 13. What day is that? 1 second, Judge. I know I'm on the clock. What is it? And ma'am, how many times have you taken Jackson to speech therapy?
I take him on the days Chad does not work.
Right. So, if
So
he goes-
Jackson goes on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So I take him on Thursdays.
okay. Well, Mr. Wilson here said he has to go now 3 times a week. The place opens at 8 and closes at 5. That's what it says. So you take him the other 2 times, right? I mean, you take him 2 times, he takes him once.
Yes, on the times that he's been going 3 after surgery.
Right. So essentially, since you're the babysitter, how often does Jackson sleep over your house?
He's never slept at my house, sir.
How many times have you slept over Mr. Wilson's house?
I have never slept over Mr. Wilson's house.
Well, you have stayed there till at least 11 o'clock at night. Is that true? Since
Excuse
April
me?
13? Ma'am?
I don't understand the question.
Ma'am, you have stayed over at Mr. Wilson's house from April 13 until now. You have gone over and at least stayed till about 11 o'clock at night from time to time, true?
No, it is not true.
Okay. And you currently, let me ask you this. Besides yourself, does anybody else watch Jackson?
No, I watch Jackson.
Okay. And so there's no backup babysitter except for you, Drew?
There has been a backup babysitter.
Who would that be?
Delilah has watched him once.
Once. Like what, 2 months ago?
Can you say the question again, please?
Watched them 2 months ago?
2 months ago?
Yes.
No, I don't. I do not know the exact date that it was.
Okay. So for the one time that this woman you're testifying to has watched them, you have been taking care of Jackson every other time. Is that true?
Yes, I have,
Okay.
along with another child.
Okay. So it's either you or Mr. Wilson that are taking care of that child. Is that correct?
Right.
Y'all live 4 doors apart, correct?
Yes, we do.
You ain't, yes, we do. And yes, we do. You ain't married, true?
I'm sorry.
No, I am not married.
Wait, I'm sorry. Mr. Ramos, I didn't catch your question. Yes, we do.
You ain't married.
He said, yes, we do live 4 doors apart.
You ain't married right now, true?
No, I am not married.
You don't have a man residing with you full time, do you?
Objection, that's irrelevant.
What's the relevance, Mr. Ramos, of this?
Well, essentially, Judge, they're having a dating relationship. I just want to make sure that, she's the girlfriend watching the child when Mr. Wilson goes to work. I just want to be able to show a bias.
All right, the objection sustained to that question.
Ma'am, when was the last time you had any contact with Kayla?
When she came to my neighborhood,
And she came to your neighborhood to drop off Jackson. Is that true?
she did.
Okay. And at that point in time, you were present for that drop off. Is that correct?
I was pulling in the neighborhood and she was here. Yes.
Now, let me ask you this. So ironically enough, hypothetically enough, you just happened to have been pulling into this neighborhood as she was dropping him off to Mr.
She
Wilson?
was already at the house.
Okay. Did you talk to Mr. Wilson that day? And did he tell you that Kayla had possession of him and she was dropping him off at a certain time?
That was the day of the last hearing. So yes, I did speak to him because I was watching Jackson.
Okay. And you were also sworn in as a witness at the last hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
You were sworn in as a witness at the last hearing while you had possession of the child that is the subject of this custody case today. You were going to testify?
Objection,
I
that's
did not
irrelevant.
have him in my
Objection,
presence.
that's irrelevant.
Discussion of the
Hold
law.
on, hold on. Objection to relevance is overruled. You may answer that.
Are you waiting? I'm so sorry. Me? I don't see him on my screen anymore.
You don't see who on the screen?
I don't see, is it Mr. Ramos?
The good looking one. Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
In the sidebar.
I know.
Sustained on many grounds.
I'll pass the witness.
The
with that,
question,
Judge.
the question was, were you in possession of Jackson during the last hearing when you were sworn in?
No, I was not. It was afterwards that I was.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Mr. Sy?
Nothing further from this witness. Pass witness.
All right, thank you, Ms. Perry, for appearing. You're free to leave the meeting, and
Okay,
we appreciate you testifying today.
thank you.
Give me 1 second. All right, Mr. Sy, you have 10 minutes. Mr. Ramos, you have an hour and 1 minute. Mr. Sy, you may call your next witness.
We rest.
Petitioner is rested. Mr. Ramos, you may call your first witness.
Judge, I'll go ahead and call my client, please.
Okay,
Wilson.
you may proceed.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ramos. Your Honor, my 10 minutes are still left for cross-examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
May I proceed, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. Ma'am, you testified previously in this proceedings here today. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. And you are in fact married to Mr. Wilson. Is that correct?
yes,
You are Jackson's mother. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. And as of right now, you already testified as to where do you live. So I want to ask you this, okay, in regards to Jackson, okay, what plans, if any, okay, have you made in order for Jackson to attend school this semester in the fall?
I have been looking into
You got to
pre-K.
speak up. Can't hear you.
I have been looking into pre-K
All right. And you have been looking into pre-K where?
at the same school that the older two will be attending, which is Hodges Elementary.
And Hodges Elementary is located how far away from the residence where you're at right now?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Okay. Initially, when this case began, okay, and you went to Dallas, okay, were you in communications with Mr. Wilson in regards to the whereabouts of your son?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Wilson, after you left to go to Dallas, okay, have an agreement in regards to the weekend of Jackson's birthday?
Yes.
Tell the judge, what was the agreement?
He was going to pick up the 3 of the children Friday night,
Slow down.
drop the older 2 back off with me Friday. He was going to meet with me Saturday at Chuck E. Cheese so Jackson can celebrate his birthday. And then he was supposed to be bringing him back to me the following Tuesday by 2 p.m.
Okay. And did you make that agreement without the necessity of a court order?
Yes,
Okay. And were you able to work essentially the details of that possession schedule for Mr. Wilson on your own?
Objection as leading.
Sustained.
At that point in time that you made the agreement with Mr. Wilson, okay, to your knowledge, were there any court orders?
no,
In your dealings with Mr. Wilson, how and when did you find out that Mr. Wilson had filed for divorce?
on April 3rd.
Okay. On April 3rd, okay, where did you find out he had filed for divorce?
In the parking lot of Chuck E. Cheese.
And what were you scheduled to do at the parking lot of Chuck E. Cheese?
Meet up with Chad to go inside so we could celebrate Jackson.
And how did you arrive at such a conclusion?
Because we had agreed to meet up at a certain time at Chuck E. Cheese.
Okay. And how did Mr. Wilson communicate to you that your son Jackson would be present at Chuck E. Cheese in that parking lot?
He said they were running behind, give him about 15, 20 minutes and that he would be there.
Okay. Did he tell you to hang on in the parking lot? I'll be right there.
Objection as leading.
Sustained.
When he told you he was running behind, okay, what did you do?
I waited in the car.
Okay. And you heard Mr. Wilson testify that you were served in the vehicle. Did you hear him say that?
Yes,
Is that true?
yes,
Okay. Did you see your son in that parking lot?
no.
Where were the other 2 children?
in the back seat of my car.
Okay. How did you receive the papers?
Some lady came and knocked on my window and asked if I was Kayla Wilson and then said, "You've been served."
At that point in time, did you attempt to contact Mr. Wilson?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what did Mr. Wilson tell you?
Nothing.
In regards to your dealings with Mr. Wilson, okay, the last time we were in court, okay, when was the first time did you find out that your son had surgery in his mouth?
It was the day of the court hearing, the last time we were here.
And how'd you find out?
Through Chad himself.
At the court appearance?
Yes,
Okay. Prior to that, okay, Mr. Wilson communicated in any way, shape, or form in regards to your son's medical needs, if any.
no.
How were you made aware prior to the last time we were in court that your son was seeing a speech therapist?
I was not aware of it.
Okay. And when was the first time you found out that your son was going to a speech therapist?
It was that same day of court.
And how did you feel as a parent when Mr. Wilson does not convey to you what's going on with your son?
I was upset.
Okay. And were you mad?
Yes,
And is that something you want to do to Mr. Wilson?
no.
Okay. And you said you testified that Mr. Wilson took possession of him when he went to go pick him up in Dallas. How did y'all do the exchange? Were there any issues or concerns?
No, he just came, picked him up, and then dropped him back off, the older two, and went on his way after that.
Did y'all get into any type of altercation or any type of argument in front of your child?
No, sir, we didn't.
Okay. You and Mr. Wilson, and you heard the babysitter testified that you had gotten into an argument with Mr. Wilson and went over to her home. Did you hear that?
Yes,
Okay. Is she testifying to truthfully that you told her about your husband having naked pictures on the phone?
yes,
Okay. Did you tell her that your husband was receiving photos from stripper on his phone?
yes,
Did you tell her that your husband was sending money to strippers and other women on the phone?
I did, yes.
Okay. What was the reason that you told her you were leaving your husband?
Because he was cheating.
Now, you left your home. You saw your husband's financial information statement.
Yes,
He said in his financial information statement, would it be accurate, correct me if I'm wrong, that he makes over $20,000 a month?
I actually am not aware of that.
Okay. The document would speak for itself, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Ma'am, have you received any financial assistance at all from Mr. Wilson?
no,
Okay. You are in fact now employed. Is that true?
yes, I am.
Okay. At the time that you left Mr. Wilson, how would you describe your set of circumstances in transition?
What do you mean?
Financially, were you able to take care of yourself at that time?
Objection as a leading.
Let me have
Overall.
go ahead.
You may answer that.
Financially,
Financially, yes, because of Chad.
okay. Did you have access to, when you went to Dallas, did you have access to a joint bank account?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you have access to a credit card?
I did, yes.
What was the limit on the credit card?
300. Like
$300?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
that-
sir.
Is that all the available credit you had?
Yes, it is.
Did your husband, did he send you any money up there, Venmo, Cash App, whatever it is you people use?
No,
And did you ask him for help?
no, I did not.
Okay. And Kayla, where is Chad's immediate family located? His mom, stepdad, siblings?
In Dallas.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the witness looking at Mr. Ramos's notes literally while we're.
Hey, man, see that? It's going in my direction, but I'll lose the
She's
plot.
looking at your. She's
Hold on,
looking.
don't, just a second. Mr. Ramos, just address the court, not Mr. Sy.
Yeah, sir. I mean, I did take notes, but I threw my pad away now. It's just, sorry.
The objection's overruled, but ma'am, just testify from your memory. Don't be looking at notes, please.
Okay.
Where's his immediate family from?
Rockwall,
Where does his mama live?
in Rockwall,
Stepfather?
in Rockwall.
Siblings?
His brother lives in Rowlett.
Where's that?
It's like 15 minutes from Rockwall.
Okay. How have you encouraged, okay, while you've been down here, our relationship between Mr. Wilson's family and Jackson?
I would actually allow her to see him. I would go to her house.
Speak up. I can't hear you.
I would go to his mother's house and let her visit.
Meaning you would drive up there?
Yes,
You take Jackson with you,
yes,
okay? Did you do that on more than one occasion?
I did, yes.
Why did you do that?
I was already going to be in town for a birthday party and figured why not let grandma see Jackson?
Okay? Is that a relationship you've promoted?
Yes,
Okay? Regarding Mr. Wilson, okay? You heard his testimony here regarding your ability to take care of Jackson. You heard him?
yes,
Okay. Going forward, okay, would you like to have the exclusive right to determine little Jackson's residence?
yes,
Would you like that to be restricted to where you're currently living, which means essentially the address of where you're at?
yes,
You are currently under a lease, is that true?
yes,
Okay. And in addition to that, you like to be restricted to Fort Bend County as well, is that correct? And the answer is yes.
yes,
All right, because now we're in this jurisdiction. You understand that?
yes,
Okay. And essentially, okay, on medical decisions, okay, would you like to be able to make those decisions for Jackson?
yes.
How are you going to tell Mr. Wilson you're going to make that decision? After or before you make it?
Before,
Why is that important?
because co-parenting is important.
Okay. In regards to child support, are you asking for Mr. Wilson to pay guideline support, whatever Texas law mandates?
Yes,
Okay. Mr. Wilson has insurance for your child. Is that true?
yes,
Okay. In regards to, do you know whether or not you currently have health insurance?
I do not know.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you have a cell phone?
Yes,
In whose name is that cell phone?
mine.
Who pays for that cell phone?
Chad does.
Okay. Do you even know whether or not that cell phone today has been paid for?
It has
Objection that's relevance, Your Honor.
Well, it is. It's standing order of the court. I mean, you can't be cutting people's electricity.
Overruled. She may answer that. Do you know if it's been paid, ma'am, as you sit here today? I didn't hear your answer.
No, it has not.
Okay. In regards to Mr. Wilson, okay, would you like for him to have access to Jackson?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And what type of access would you want Mr. Wilson, or you're asking the court to provide between Lil Jackson and Mr. Wilson?
At least first, second, or first, third, and fifth weekends of the month, and meeting halfway for drop-off pickup.
Okay. And you understand that you did move, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Is your request reasonable?
yes,
Okay. And regarding what's been going on, did Mr. Wilson ask you, okay, what your current address and residence was?
yes.
Okay. How quickly did you turn around and give him that information?
It must have been the very next day when he asked for it.
Like the next day?
Yes, it was the next day when he asked for it.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, I think that's one of the, what's it, exhibit what, 17, 18? Judge, if I could put up my exhibit that's been pre-admitted.
You may.
A pre-admitted exhibit, which was 17 and 18, 2021, I think. Or 18, which is the email, the text messages were. All right, Judge, let me just see if I can. All right, let me see. All right, Judge, I'll keep moving because I don't want to waste time looking for it. So, Ms. Kayla, did you provide him the information?
Yeah, I did, yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Wilson also ask you who was watching Jackson?
Yes.
How did you respond?
My mother's watching him at my house.
Okay. You saw P14, which was the text message that Mr. Wilson sent to you. I'm gonna pull it up for a minute. P14. So P14, there you go.
Okay.
All right, do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and that's where he said you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Throughout that text message, do you see Jackson refer to as our son?
No, I do not.
Okay. When you receive something like this from Mr. Wilson, he communicates like this. Okay, how do you view this type of communication directed towards you?
I feel like he's talking to me like I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay. How would you describe this tone pursuant to your relationship with Mr. Wilson? Is this common or uncommon?
Common.
Okay. Take it off the screen. As far as you not contacting law enforcement, do you want Mr. Wilson arrested?
No, I do not.
Okay. The drugs that Mr. Wilson was arrested for, that he testified to, that he said belonged to you, you had a prescription for those drugs, correct?
Yes.
Were you in the vehicle when Mr. Wilson got pulled over and got arrested?
No, I was not.
Okay. So Mr. Wilson was charged because he had possession of pills that weren't his.
Yes.
Did you let him take those pills?
To my recollection, no.
Okay. And Mr. Wilson, okay, and yourself, okay, you do understand you're going to get divorced, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point in time, you just want yourself and Mr. Wilson just to move forward. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to pass the witness.
Mr. Sy?
Yes, Your Honor, brief cross. Ms. Wilson, you mentioned that you wanted the exclusive right to make medical decisions for Jackson, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you just testified previously that you don't believe Jackson needs speech therapy, right?
That is correct.
You're still going to take him to speech therapy because you think that's the right thing to do, right?
Yes, that is correct.
But you don't have a medical professional saying that Jackson does not need speech therapy as you sit here today, do you?
I do. Actually, I saw her yesterday.
And what's her name?
Kristen, I can't remember her last name though off the top of my head.
And so you're going to tell the court later in a hearing that this child, Jackson, does not need speech therapy.
Yes.
That's the witness.
Ma'am, are you basing that opinion on your limited knowledge or on something else?
Limited knowledge.
Well, who told you? Did somebody tell you he doesn't need it?
Yes.
All right. So that's what you're basing your opinion on. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. You went and took him to a therapist yesterday, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. How long from your phone call to you actually got an appointment with a therapist?
Objection. That's a no objection.
How long?
Ask the question again.
How long from the time you initially called until they set you up with an appointment?
Like a week and a half.
Okay. That was the wait time.
Yes.
Okay. There's an assessment already that's been done. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So when you're telling the judge you're going to take them, the reason why you're saying that is because of what?
The assessment.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Ramos, you may call your next witness.
Judge, I don't have anything else for you.
All right, respondent rest. Mr. Sy, you still have 9 minutes. If you'd like to call any rebuttal witnesses, you may.
No rebuttal witnesses, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to give each side a brief closing. And there are a few exhibits that I haven't had a chance to review yet that I'm going to need to go review, but I will give y'all a ruling shortly after you close your evidence. I will just take a brief afternoon break. Let me review those exhibits, and then I'll come back and give y'all my ruling and an entry date. But Mr. Sy, if you'd like to give your closing, you may do so at this time.
Yes, Judge. May I have a couple of minutes to gather my thoughts?
Sure. If y'all want to do that, let's we'll do it at 4:15. Y'all take 3 minutes. I'm going to be here and y'all can stop your videos and prepare, and then we'll come back on and finish up. We're off the record.
Thank you, Judge.
Minnie, you ready? All right, Mr. Sy, we're back on the record in the Wilson matter. You may start your closing.
Yes, Judge. Your Honor, may it please the court. I think the evidence has clearly established that my client is the better parent to be situated to take care of Jackson's primary needs primarily on a temporary basis for several reasons. I think one, Jackson's going to have his own room. He doesn't have to share a room with an 11-year-old who had previously made peanut butter sandwich and ramen cups for him. Has a development and network here in Katy, Texas. He's going regularly, attending church with my client. He's seeing the dentist for the first time, admitted by a respondent, not taking him, getting vaccinated, fully vaccinated on the regular vaccinations, and attending speech therapy, Your Honor. I think that the evidence has clearly established that this fend for yourself method that respondent put in place, that at her admitted 15% of the time, and what Ms. Perry has testified saw 3 or 4 times by Ms. Wilson's admissions, is just not sustainable and is not the parent that Jackson needs. It is not the stable environment that he needs. The admitted junk food, the admitted lack of cleanliness in the home. These are not things that would be in Jackson's best interest to be situated in Balk Springs, Texas, with sharing a room with someone who's much older than he is, and being away from family or friends really in the neighborhood that he's at, in a network that can take care of him, Your Honor. I think that the allegations of the abuse and the violence, there wasn't any credible evidence. And even though they pled for supervised visits, they pled for sole managed conservatorship, and they pled for all of these things in an attempt to distract from what was really necessary for Jackson. I don't think there was any credible evidence that any of that violence or abuse happened. There's no medication. Ms. Wilson's not seeing a therapist. Ms. Wilson's not being treated for anything. And it's an attempt to leverage her position to try and claim family violence, which is very often used in the family law world negatively, I think, Your Honor. I don't think that it is a difficult choice to make to uproot Jackson from what is known to him now for the last 1.5 years and to move him to Balk Springs would not be in the client's best interest, but there is no doubt that Ms. Wilson needs that time. She is the mom, but her moving away to Dallas made the decision clear. I think that she doesn't have any intent until now for a dentist that she happens to be looking at, a school that she happens to be looking into, a speech therapist that she happens to be looking into to try and refute the assessment that's been in evidence already. But that's all evidence that has now happened in the past week or so. This isn't something that has already been done or established by my client, Mr. Wilson, and that's why he should be the parent with the temporary right to designate the exclusive residence, Your Honor, and the rights that we've pled for in our petition, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sy. I'm going to go off the record for a second, Minnie. I'm going to bring these 2 witnesses in. There's 2 in the waiting room, and let them know they can be released.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that, Judge.
Ms. Robinson and Ms. Gray, I just wanted you to know that the lawyers have just finished their case. You 2 witnesses, I appreciate y'all appearing today, but they have decided that your testimony wasn't necessary. They didn't know that. A lot of times they don't know that until they're done with the testimony. So I appreciate your patience today. I know it's been a long day for you having to sit by your computer all day, but the court appreciates it. And I know these lawyers appreciate it as well. So thank you all for appearing. You're free to leave. They're doing closing arguments now, and I'll have a ruling out shortly on this case sometime later today. But I didn't want y'all sitting on the computers any longer than you had to. So y'all are free to leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. You have a good day.
You too. Okay, Minnie. All right, the court's back on the record in the Wilson matter. Mr. Ramos, you may give your closing at this time.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, it's absurd to ask Your Honor, I think, to decide which parent should have the exclusive right to determine residence on the fact that essentially my client's poor, for lack of a better term. So essentially, Jackson shares a room with his brother. So consequently, mom should not be awarded primary custody because he sleeps in a room with his own brother. So apparently that makes her basically unfit to be a primary custodian. In essence, what you have here is a sequence of events that led up to her going to Dallas, and there's a reason why Jackson, okay, was on his way to Dallas. I don't think Mr. Wilson understands the ramifications and consequences of his own behavior. The environment at the time that she left was one where her husband, I think by the neighbor's account, which was his own witness, testified that Miss Wilson was upset because her husband was receiving naked photographs from strippers, okay? That her husband was sending money to other women via his phone. And consequently, that's the environment that Jackson was living in. It's a toxic environment between two parents that would have probably led up to an escalation, if you will, of emotions as time would have worn on, and Jackson would have remained in those set of circumstances. I think that what Miss Wilson did was actually very brave, which was to remove her child from that set of consequences, yet understanding that Mr. Wilson needs to have a relationship with his son, which was not the issue. The issue was a mom and a dad, a husband and a wife, who by their own account, their relationship had completely deteriorated into such a negative, in a negative way, to the point where it was spilling over onto the child. I mean, they got into an argument where a parent had to basically leave a marital home, okay? She left essentially with no access to a joint bank account and had a credit card of $300. And she did the best she could and maintained contact with Mr. Wilson. And even by agreement, without a court order, without necessity of court proceedings, made an arrangement with Mr. Wilson, agreement as two parents, to go ahead and have, little Jackson on his birthday, for his birthday weekend, for dad to be able to do that with him. Dad made arrangements to take time off of work. If that's not co-parenting, I don't know what is. If you're willing to put your differences aside and be able to work with the other parent as a parent, I think that speaks volumes of who you are as a person, even though you're going through these emotional trials and turmoils with the other parent who happens to be a spouse. That in and of itself, can spill over into parenting, where two people are just using the conflict in their own marital relationship and equate that to being a parent. And my client is choosing not to do that and did that. Mr. Wilson does not understand that. He has spilled over whatever conflict and animosity he had towards my client and has used this child essentially as nothing more than a pawn in order for him to regain control of an issue that he no longer has control of, which means they're getting divorced. Okay. It's unfortunate. Okay. But it is happening and it's going to happen. Okay. The issue now is Jackson. What do we do going forward? Okay. Well, you know what? My client has testified the reason why she wants to be a primary custodian. She is not a perfect parent. She's made mistakes. But you know what, Judge? She didn't come up here and make any excuses for it. She's like, you know what? I did do that. And you know what? I'm going to do better. I'm doing better. And this is where I'm going with things. Okay. She went and got a second opinion regarding his speech therapy, even though she was told by a professional, no, maybe he doesn't need it. And maybe this was not the way to go ahead and handle this. She never had the opportunity to get a second opinion. If you look at their exhibit, all the information apparently came from a one-sided parent subjective point of view, which is Mr. Wilson. If you look at that underlying assessment, it will tell you this child doesn't need to point at an object. The child can verbalize. That was one of the strengths that he actually had in the assessment, okay? Mr. Wilson says the boy has to repeat himself, meaning his son, little Jackson, okay? And he becomes aggravated or angry when he needs to do that. If you look at the assessment, the therapist will tell you he repeated himself and he was fine. He wasn't mad and he wasn't angry. It says that in the assessment. Mr. Wilson says otherwise, okay? So that's the disparities that you're going to see. And you know what? Kayla would have loved to have been part of that process, at least be included in the process, but she wasn't. And she was never informed by Mr. Wilson of major decisions affecting Jackson. The main thing, I think, from our perspective, Judge, is the fact that this child went and had a laser, whether you want to call it surgery or not, a laser procedure, okay? And with this child, probably needed both parents to be present or at least aware of the procedure. And you know what? My client had that door shut right in her face, like she didn't even exist. He kept on moving. As a matter of fact, from our perspective, my client was replaced by the neighbor down the hall, the babysitter. And essentially, that's the trend that we see here. Basically, they're trying to cut her out of Jackson's life. He wants to move on, wants to establish himself with a new significant other and maybe a new life and move forward. Well, that's fine, but you can't take it out on her, okay? And you can't come in here and point every bad deed that you think she's done as a parent when you were going off to work and left at the house with your kid. I think that's completely disingenuous. And now all of a sudden, after you file, after you get possession of them, now she's an awful parent. Judge, we're asking for you to please consider and grant us the relief we're requesting. My client did inform me, Judge, that she'd like a transition period for Jackson if you do decide to rule in our favor with the relief we're requesting, which is for the summer. If you can continue maybe some type of schedule like the one that we did have, so he can transition maybe a little bit easier into Dallas. He's not in school right now. We definitely do not want to punish Mr. Wilson. That's not what we're here for. We're just trying to make it an easier transition for Jackson. And it's not about, Miss Kayla, and it's not about Chad. Essentially, it's about just trying to make things easier for little Jackson, avoiding the spillage of this conflict between Mr. Wilson and whatever riff he has, against my client for walking out on him. And that's all I have, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos. Where is Jackson right now? Whose custody is he in?
Okay. Ours, Judge.
And she's had possession since when? I know I gave a Band-Aid order. I didn't get a chance to review it.
The 13th, Judge.
All right. Entry is going to be on July the 9th. That's a little over 2 weeks at 9 a.m. And we're going to take a brief recess. There's just a few exhibits I didn't get to read, and I need to review those and go through those. I don't think it'll take me more than 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
But why don't we do a 15-minute break? It's 4:30 now. We'll come back at 4:45, and I'll give you my ruling at that time.
Yes,
We're
sir.
going off the record.
No, you don't say a word. Okay?
Okay. All right, Minnie, let me know when you're ready.
Ready?
All right, as I stated, entry of this matter will be July 9th at 9 a.m. That'll be by Zoom. Lawyers, if you sign as to form prior to that date, obviously you won't need to appear for that entry and the court will just sign the order. Mr. and Ms. Wilson, I can tell you that court's not overly thrilled with either parent in this case and the decisions that have been made in this case. I think both lawyers did an excellent job bringing out the faults and that's their job. But I can tell you as a judge, 98% of the time, cases that I hear, it's pretty clear to me what I need to do. But there's 1 or 2% where the judges, I'm scratching my head because I'm, quite honestly, neither side feels like a really great place right now with the way things are. I want to say that hopefully the parenting classes that you took, some of that will sink in. I think having good lawyers will probably help you learn, if you listen to them and apply what they're telling you, ways that you can co-parent better than what has happened just in the last couple of months. Mr. Ramos, you'll draft the order.
Yes, sir.
The court's ruling is as follows. First, just dealing with possession and access for the summer. Mom is going to continue to have possession of Jackson from today's date through July the 4th at 1 p.m. July the 4th at 1 p.m. Father will pick up the child from the Buc-ee's in Madisonville. That address is 205 I-45 in Madisonville, 77864. Dad's going to be given an extended summer access as well, and so he will have July 4th at 1 p.m. until I'm going to do August the 1st at 1 p.m. and that drop-off will be at the Buc-ee's in Madisonville at the same address. Each parent is going to be awarded, the parent not in possession of Jackson is going to be awarded FaceTime access or Duo access or whatever kind of phones they have, but some kind of either telephone access or FaceTime access where they can video call with the child. And that's going to be on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. Now, I know he's not going to be, he doesn't have the attention span to talk for an hour. So parents, that doesn't mean you get a full hour to FaceTime access. That would probably drive Jackson insane to be on the phone that long. But, 10, 15 minutes, you have a whole hour there because it's my hope that both of you have constant access with Jackson. And right now we have a large distance between the parents and that makes it difficult to do. So I'm hoping this FaceTime access will supplement some of that access for the parents, for both of y'all. As far as managing conservatorship, both parents are appointed joint managed conservators of the minor child. And let me say this too, Ms. Wilson, this is a temporary order and a lot of the stuff that I heard today, I'm not happy with. This fend for yourself policy, whether it's 15% of the time or 75% of the time, like the babysitter believes, although I heard the testimony, she was never there, she never saw it, but that's what she testified that she had heard. And she said she heard that from you. So whether it's 15% of the time, even if it's 15% of the time, I'm not happy with that. A 4-year-old should not be fending for themselves, and they shouldn't be relying on an 11 and an 8-year-old to make them dinner. I'm also not thrilled with not taking a child to the dentist. I understand that he's only 4 years of age and that he probably didn't have teeth until about 2 or so. But we have 2 years where he didn't go to the dentist, and I understand COVID was part of the issue there. But the fact is, we waited and there's 5 cavities, and that tells me that that can happen even if you're cleaning the teeth diligently. With some kids are just more susceptible to getting cavities. But it appears to me like maybe the teeth aren't getting the attention that they need, and that concerns me. It also concerns me that you don't believe he needs speech therapy when I have a babysitter that's telling me he's nonverbal, and now he's verbal. And I know you disagree with that. I've heard the testimony, but to me, that those are major concerns of mine. And this is a temporary order. So both parents need to understand that, and I haven't addressed the issues I have with Mr. Wilson. I'll do that in a second. But both parents need to understand this is a temporary order, which means the court can always change this on a final. And Ms. Wilson, your conduct is kind of under a microscope from the court's perspective, and there may be additional evidence that comes out in a final trial, but you need to understand that I know parenting is very tough, and I know that it's very time consuming and very draining, and you need a break every once in a while. I get that. So an occasional night of fend for yourself, the court can accept, but not when that becomes a pattern of conduct. And even if it is needing a night off, be in the kitchen, be overseeing it, use it as a way of bonding with your children where you're cooking together and they're doing the majority of the work rather than just having them make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or ramen noodles. But the court is going to award exclusive use of the right to designate the primary residence of the child is going to be awarded to mom on a temporary basis. That is going to be restricted to Dallas County or Fort Bend County. Mom will also have the exclusive right, after prior consultation with dad, to make invasive medical decisions related to the child. Each parent is going to be awarded the independent right, after consultation with the other parent, for psychiatric and psychological decisions. Educational decisions will be exclusive to mom after prior consultation with dad. Marriage and enlistment will require the joint agreement of the parties, and all of the rights and duties are going to be shared independently between mom and dad. Father is going to have a standard possession order beginning August the 1st. So the customized summer possession schedule will control until August the 1st. Beginning August the 1st, dad is going to have a standard possession order. Lawyers, I know he works Friday and Saturday, and he only has Sundays and Tuesdays off, but we're going to have a child in school soon, and we're going to do a standard possession order, and hopefully they can work that out. Pick up and drop off will be in Madisonville at the Buc-ee's for all exchanges under this temporary order. Father will continue to maintain health insurance on Jackson. Any uninsured medical expenses are going to be shared 50-50 between mother and father. I need to ask Dad if he knows what his health insurance cost was. I didn't see that in any of the exhibits. Dad, do you know how much it costs for Jackson's insurance on a monthly basis?
You're muted.
Jackson only, right?
Yeah, I don't know what the independent child or for each child, but I would say, I believe it's all the same, but I think it's like $600, but I'm guessing.
I have his pay stub, Your Honor. It's the medical insurance.
Well, but that's for all the kids and him and I believe
Yes.
Ms. Wilson on that
So-
pay stub.
Right.
That's correct.
And are you covering health? Well, it's all right. I'm just going to estimate what it would be on health insurance. Give me 1 second.
Once you enroll
Let's go off the record for 1 second. I'm going to just estimate this since it's a temporary order. All right. Minnie, you ready? All right, the court's back on the record, and the estimate of health insurance, father's going to continue to maintain health insurance on Jackson. Father's going to be ordered to pay child support in the sum of $1,930 beginning July 1st. That will be authorized through an income withholding order and will be paid on the first of each month thereafter until further order of the court with standard drop down. Well, actually, we don't need that. That amount will be paid until further order of the court. And standard mutual injunctions will be in place as it relates to the standing court order. I would like those injunctions, Mr. Ramos, in the temporary order so they have one order they can look at that covers all the issues. As far as the cell phone bill, Dad's going to continue to pay the cell phone bill of Mom for now. Because is it on the same plan, Mr. Wilson? Is it on your plan or is she on her own plan?
We're on a plan together.
We're going to continue the status quo there. Ms. Wilson, you'll need to be prepared to get your own plan soon and get your number transferred over because the court's not going to make him pay that in addition to child support very long. So you might want to get that set up and talk with Mr. Ramos about how to do that. All right, that completes the ruling of the court. Lawyers, anything I failed to address that you feel needs to be addressed from either side?
No,
Mr. Sy.
Your Honor, yes, I wanted some clarification. So if the standard possession order doesn't work out because of Mr. Wilson's work schedule, did you want us to try and work it out with the lawyers or, have another hearing? I don't want to try to have another hearing, but try and work it out with the lawyers. Is that what you're telling us to do?
Well, what I'm saying is this order, temporary order is going to state the beginning August 1st that it moves to a standard possession order. And then he can make his elections on whether he's doing 1 weekend a month or if he's doing first, third, and fifth weekends and all that. So the holidays and every spring break being his and all that, since they live more than 100 miles away, would be his. And then what happens is I understand his schedule. And so the lawyers may talk about maybe agreeing on something else. It may be that he can move to Dallas if he gets some kind of job in that line of work, and that may work out for him. And so there's a lot that could happen before August the 1st. But if not, we'll deal with that issue on final if the lawyers can't work it out, or y'all can come back in for another additional temporary orders hearing if we need to try to enter into some kind of custom possession schedule. But if the child's going to school, which it sounds like that's the plan, going to this Hodges Elementary pre-K, and I think that might be good for Jackson with his speech issues and stuff to start socializing, and I just think it could be a good thing for him to be in school. And if that happens, it's going to limit us being able to just give Dad a week in the month kind of thing. So we'll just wait and see what happens, and then we'll revisit that either in additional temporary orders or in final trial.
Yes, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. Sy?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ramos?
No, sir.
All right, again, I want to thank both lawyers and compliment them on the way they presented the case. I think both lawyers did an excellent job. We're going off the record.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
Judge.
Judge.